Well, the new Prime Minister will finally be appointed tomorrow after months of waiting.
Can't believe it, can you really? Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 4th of September. This is Breakfast on GBNews with Stephen and Anne.
As you well know, we're live across the whole of the UK. We're online, on your radio, on your TV, wherever you are, and whatever you're up to this morning, take us with you.
So here are the top news stories of the morning. Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak will be named as Britain's new Prime Minister tomorrow, about 12 o'clock we gather. The current Foreign Secretary is still the leading favourite to take over at number 10 from Boris Johnson, but anticipation is continuing to build ahead of the announcement, 12:30 tomorrow.
Owners of nighttime businesses have reached out to the government begging for more financial assistance. The slashing of business rates have already led to thousands of bars, restaurants and clubs going bust as fears grow about the sector's survival.
Now, the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, has warned that the Met Police must learn from the appalling mistakes of the past if they're to reclaim the public's trust. The new Commissioner, Mark Cowley, will take over the force on September the 12th and has already been tasked with bringing extensive reform across the service.
It's Sunday morning. We want to hear from you today. As you gathered, some of the news is a bit... It's getting us all a bit down at the minute, isn't it?
Well, it's all this political infighting.
Oh, it's enough to drive you mad. So I'll tell you what we want today from you. Something jolly, something fun, something exciting.
Like what?
What did you do last night? I had a barbecue yesterday afternoon.
Yes, and it didn't rain
and
for you.
And it didn't
which
rain.
Is brilliant.
We were predicting thunderstorms, didn't happen. So that was good. So that's my bit of celebration.
I tidied up the house. That's not nearly so glamorous.
It's not as exciting. Around for the barbecue.
Yeah, I should have, shouldn't I? Yeah.
Anyway.
So what do you do to cheer yourself up on a morning when it's all political infighting still and the rest of the news is a bit dire? So what do you do to cheer yourself up? Let us know.
Yeah, give us and everybody else a smile this morning. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Yeah, so I tell you what, there might be a bit of doom and gloom in wherever Rishi and Liz live this morning. Because I tell you what worries me slightly is this is purely a sort of personal perspective for them, is the announcement's going to be made 12:30 tomorrow about the new PM at the QE2 Conference Centre, which is very close to the Palace of Westminster.
Yeah.
Right, big audience. And also someone who's already got...
Will Rishi and Liz Truss be there?
They will be there on stage as the announcement is read.
So it's going to be like one of those sort of awards ceremonies, like the Oscars, where the other one has to sort of politely clap.
Clap and smile.
Yeah.
And that must be... And
cringy.
I mean, that's got to be awful, hasn't it? Why can't they just sort of bring out the new one and leave the one who doesn't win just in the wings?
Yeah.
But so they're going to have to stand there and put on a brave face tomorrow, one of them, because that announcement, as I say, will happen 12:30 tomorrow lunchtime.
Yeah. So we know it's either Rishi or Liz who will find out whether they get the keys to number 10. I don't suppose there are any keys. Why do we use that phrase? I doubt you ever get a key to number 10.
No, but you've got a policeman there to let
you
in.
Well, exactly. Yeah, in fact, there's no doorbell or anything, isn't it?
There's a knocker.
There is a knocker, but nobody ever seems to use it.
No, not really.
There must be a camera there, because I always wonder, you know, when you see ministers walking up the street...
And the door just
opens for them as they get there. So there must be somebody watching a camera and saying, right, open the door now.
Yeah. Have you been in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember how we got in.
No, I don't remember how I got in.
No.
But it's
the door was already open, I think, when I got there, but...
Bit tatty on the inside.
Yeah, and much bigger. It's like the TARDIS, isn't it?
It is huge
inside.
inside.
It just looks like a terraced house, doesn't it? When you go inside, it is palatial. Huge.
So there you go. Anyway,
whichever one it is.
There is a break in protocol because they've got to head up to Balmoral to be formally appointed by the Queen on Tuesday.
That is interesting because apparently the Prime Minister, who's Boris Johnson, he has to go first. And he will be able to go up on the Royal Flight, which is the private jet used by the Queen and major public figures. He will go up on the Royal Flight, but of course, coming back, he will no longer be Prime Minister.
No.
So will he come back, by EasyJet? And Liz, or Rishi, will go up via EasyJet and back on the Royal Flight.
Unless they give each other a lift.
Well, I'd like to be a fly on the wall if they did.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Anyway, so it's going to be an interesting 24 hours, that's for sure. Let's talk to Alexander Cairns, founder of Youth Vote UK. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Hello.
Look, what are your hopes, expectations from tomorrow?
Well, you know, it's interesting that you're both talking about the awkwardness. Obviously, I hope it goes well. I hope it's a kind of smooth transition. You know, these things are never easy, of course, for whoever's leaving office. Obviously, hope that, you know, we're not going to have a situation like we had in the States where, you know, Boris Johnson might decide to stay at number 10 maybe for a few more days and cling on to power. But no, all jokes aside, I just hope that it's a smooth transition. You know, a lot of, you know, issues that the whoever wins will be coming into, so hopefully they can just get on with the job straight away.
Yeah, it's not going to be particularly smooth, though. I mean, first of all, Liz Truss, if it's her, is going to have, well, she must already have ideas of exactly who her cabinet is going to be. So some people are going to lose jobs, and other people are going to raise their eyebrows about who she appoints. And already, front page of The Observer there, pack the cabinet with Johnson loyalists at your peril, Truss is told.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one because there's been a lot of speculation as to who she's going to bring into the cabinet, and I think people actually need to understand that unlike other countries where, say, like, you know, the president and the prime minister has a lot of autonomy and power, with our kind of system, actually who's in the cabinet is going to be critical. We've got to remember that obviously Liz Truss, you know, was kind of late in terms of getting, you know, lots of MPs to support her. There was around about a third of MPs that, you know, obviously were backing Rishi, so politically she's going to have a tough time, so she's going to have to be tactical about who she brings into the cabinet for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and she has said already, though, I mean, she's back in the papers again today, that she's going to take immediate action on the energy crisis and how we all deal with our bills. Is that, I mean, particularly for the younger vote that you're representing, is that welcome, that they're going to see someone supposedly really help out those, particularly those who are worse off, which, of course, young people tend to be?
Yeah, no, it is welcome. I think where the concern is from young people is there's kind of a lack of detail of exactly what that looks like. So she's talked about, you know, tax cuts. She hasn't necessarily said what percentage she'll bring down income tax. She's talked about, you know, obviously looking at VAT reductions, etc. That's all welcome. The thing is that obviously they need the detail. You know, if it's only going to be, say, a 1% reduction, is that really going to be, you know, much help to people's energy bills going up by, say, you know, £1,500 in the next kind of month? So, of course, everyone welcomes that she's going to, you know, give support, but they're concerned that there's a lack of clarity, and there's actually concern that when she arrives as PM, she's going to realise that all of the big promises she made hasn't necessarily been costed, and maybe she's going to have to roll back some of those big promises.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because up until now, the way she's been pitching her whole argument has been to try and win the votes of the Tory faithful, the people who had a vote.
Yeah.
But from tomorrow onwards, she's got to be thinking about the next general election, hasn't she?
She does. And I think this is a big issue where I think she's been very popular with the Tory base, but I think the rest of the country aren't necessarily feeling, you know, that inspired. Let's remember that obviously she didn't resign. She's supported Johnson throughout. That's not necessarily going down, you know, very well with the country. And I have to say, actually, we polled young people on who they prefer, and they do actually prefer Rishi Sunak. So it's going to be quite interesting.
So why do you think that is? Because, I mean, when it certainly comes to and again, we don't know for sure until tomorrow lunchtime, but certainly from a lot of people who've got in touch with us, they say Rishi is almost too polished. That seemed to be the impression.
Yeah, and I do agree with that, but I think from their perspective, they actually appreciate that he did resign. You know, he took a stance. They feel like Liz Truss kind of just goes with where the political narrative is taking her. They don't necessarily feel like she's that authentic, whereas, you know, Rishi Sunak, I'm sure you could argue how authentic he is, but I think they feel like he's more of a details man. Liz Truss isn't. So, you know, obviously, you know, both have their flaws, but I think overall young people probably are going to support him more than her, which is interesting because obviously she's set to win tomorrow.
Who do you think will be her major cabinet appointees? She's going to be Prime Minister. By the look of it, Kwasi Kwarteng is probably going to be Chancellor.
Yeah.
Is she going to chuck Priti Patel out of the Home Office? And who would she replace her with?
Yeah, so from my contacts, I'm hearing that she's going to appoint Suella, Braverman's Home Secretary. Yeah, James Cleverly is probably going to get Foreign Secretary. I think she's going to be interesting in terms of, you know, the Observer's probably got it spot on in terms of she's going to keep some people in the cabinet. Jacob Rees-Mogg is expected to stay, Nadine Dorries. So she's going to be tactical. She has to be, because obviously the situation she has is, like I said, around a third of MPs did support Rishi. I don't think she's necessarily the front runner with MPs. So also, I think she's going to have to be tactical about bringing a cabinet together that ensures that she can get legislation through, which is critical because she's obviously going to have to do an emergency budget, and that's going to need, obviously, you know, a big majority of Tory MPs to back her.
Yeah, it will. Alexander, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we shall see, of course, what goes on with all of that. I'd be interested to know how you view it. Do you view it as a new Prime Minister, whoever it is, or do you view it as a new government? Effectively, it's a new government.
Well, yes, because she will appoint the people she wants.
And does that mean a fresh start, really a fresh start? As in general election, fresh start?
Don't know.
There was all the talk yesterday, wasn't there, about a snap election, wasn't there? And that surely isn't going to happen.
It's very risky, but then you could argue that, no, she's got to deliver on a few promises, like Alexander said, hasn't she? She's got to be seen to deliver on a few promises before any of us could be convinced by her, really.
And also we've had 6 weeks or whatever of not enough happening because this campaign's been going on. Last thing we need is another sort of couple of months of campaigning when there's stuff to be done.
I'm very interested to know how tomorrow's going to go. So you can joke about how they fly up there and fly back. But will, for instance, she say something outside number 10 to say, I'm Prime Minister and this is what I'm going to do? Or will she do that speech from Scotland?
Oh.
From outside the gates of Balmoral or something. You know what I mean? It's she's got to immediately set her stall, hasn't she? And usually incoming Prime Minister does that, in front of the front door of number 10.
Yeah, as soon as they get back.
As soon as they get back, yeah. So when will she make that speech, I wonder? Fascinating.
We'll find out
It'll
tomorrow.
Be an interesting day
Yeah, it will be. It is 11 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines. And the Home Secretary says the Met Police must learn from the appalling mistakes of the past. Writing to the new Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, Priti Patel stressed the need to restore trust and confidence after a number of scandals.
British troops have joined cold weather exercises in northern Finland with Finnish and Swedish armed forces. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, said Exercise Vigilant Knife was an invaluable opportunity for UK personnel to develop their experience of war fighting in cold weather conditions.
The Unite Union is warning that tens of thousands of workers could strike in the coming months as part of a dispute over pay. The UK's second largest trade union has 1.2 million members working across transport, construction, manufacturing and logistics.
A new law will make smoking within 15 metres of a hospital building illegal in Scotland. This will step into effect tomorrow, Monday. Breaking the rule could give you a penalty notice of up to £50 or a fine of up to £1,000 should the case end up in court.
And NASA's launch of Artemis 1 is likely to be delayed for more than a month after it was put off yesterday. There's another fuel leakage. NASA unable to fix that hydrogen leak in time for liftoff yesterday. There was a failed attempt, of course, on Monday. That was due to another leak, a different sort of leak, and engine temperatures and a problem with the monitoring of those temperatures.
And a man who stole a small plane and then threatened to crash it into a Walmart in Mississippi has been charged with grand larceny and making terrorist threats. Tupelo police say Corey Wayne Patterson took the twin-engine plane and then flew around in circles for hours before landing in a field.
Now, more than 6,000 letters have been sent to MPs from the bars and clubs of the nighttime economy demanding an emergency support package.
They say energy costs are spiralling out of their control, with two-thirds barely breaking even and, in fact, losing money.
Well, let's talk to the CEO of the Nighttime Industries Association, Michael Kill. Michael, good to see you. Just how bad is it?
Well, it's catastrophic in a word, and I think we've mentioned that word so many times over the last 3 years. It's worrying that we've come about to that space again. But just to give you a bit of an example, a pub operator, 200 capacity pub operator in the southeast, in 2021, early year, they were paying £35,000 a year. In 2022, early part of the year, their energy costs have gone up to £86,000. And if they were to renew their energy contract today, today, they would be paying upwards of £150,000 a year. And that just benchmarks the critical position many of these businesses are in. And for many of them, it's just untenable. So there are a huge amount of them considering handing their keys back to landlords and stepping away from the industry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that in a way, because you've had a terrible couple of years because of the pandemic as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there is this legacy debt position. Many of these businesses are still fighting off debts from the pandemic, up to about 133k per unit. It's been a torrid year. It's almost like we've come out of lockdown, been able to open from the 19th of July. We've had a run of being able to open and build confidence amongst consumers and workforce. We've had our challenges, and now we've been faced with another crisis as we move into 2022. So, it's frustrating for everybody, but without a doubt, at this point, with the costs as they sit, we need an intervention from the new PM and administration coming in next week, and it needs to happen immediately, really, to stop this fallout of industry businesses going to the wall.
When you look at the facts and figures, and business is a very difficult thing to get your head around. However, the main generators of energy, not the suppliers, but the main generators, are making significant profits. There doesn't seem to be any particular reason why the Ofgem couldn't implement the energy cap for businesses, because you don't get that at the moment. I mean, if that was brought into force, where it's a huge jump up for the rest of us, for businesses, it would result in a huge cut in your bills, wouldn't it?
Without a doubt. And I think the one thing that people don't realise is, while the domestic users have got an energy cap, businesses don't have an energy cap, and the most vulnerable are those independent businesses, those small, medium enterprise businesses that are one-man bands, really, and it would make a huge difference. I mean, some of the key asks with the 6,000 letters that have been sent to constituent MPs is for the VAT to be cut back as it was in the last couple of years, business rates relief to be extended, and also for that energy cap to be put in place. And it has to be a meaningful energy cap for this to work. But all three of those are going to be critical now, given the escalating energy costs. And I think the one thing to point out here is it's not just energy that's gone up. I don't think there's one bill within our sector that has not gone up in the last 6 months due to the crisis overseas and the challenges around Brexit and other issues that we have within this country.
And those 6,000 letters that have gone out to constituency MPs, has anyone had a reply yet?
We've had a huge amount of replies, and as you can imagine, as we move towards many of the MPs coming back from the summer recess, that's starting to ramp up. But there's been a lot of supportive messages back from MPs, which is very positive. But as you can appreciate, we need to convert that. We need all of those MPs to walk in at the point that the new administration is in place and the new PM is announced, and make sure that our case is heard to ensure that we get the best possible position that we can undertake moving forward, because it is literally a critical position for many of these businesses, as was said earlier.
Are you actually hopeful about this coming week? I mean, certainly our economics editor, Liam Halligan, was telling me on Thursday that he thinks there is going to be an emergency budget by the end of the week, most likely this coming Thursday. Now, with that in mind, I mean, you could be in for positive news, or at least some sort of help in just a week's time.
Well, we're hearing the same thing. I mean, we've been lobbying very hard. We've been meeting with both sides of the leadership campaign. So there has been a lot of work put forward from trade associations right the way across many sectors, but particularly ours. And we've seen some very positive messaging come out of there. But as you know, until we hear it from the new PM and we understand exactly what's going to be put in place, that will set many minds at rest. But I think the key thing to understand here is survival has gone from months to weeks now because of the uplift in the energy charges, and I think that the big thing to realise is it's become the second biggest cost, from the fourth biggest cost to the second biggest cost operationally. It actually dwarfs both rent and rates combined now, which is a huge concern. The only thing it's second to is workforce.
Gosh.
OK, Michael Kill, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Hope we get an update from you post the budget, whenever that may be. But, I mean, the problem with this is, because I imagine for the nighttime economy, attendance and spend is probably down as well. Because people are going to be going out less and spending less because we're all watching the pennies at home. But
So it rolls on, doesn't it?
But you need the nighttime economy to keep going because that obviously is providing, you know, a workforce and salary and all the rest of it.
And can I dare say the word Christmas, because that's the next thing to look forward to. If you can't go out to the pub or the club because it's had to close, where are you going to go? They're not going to get what they would normally have, I presume, an uplift come Christmas, and that's not going to happen. It's very gloomy news all round. What we are asking today is, how do you give yourself a lift? If you're sitting on the edge of the bed thinking, oh, it's one of those days again, how do you cheer yourself up and get yourself going? Give us a tip, please.
Yes, please. gbviews@gbnews.uk. And if physically you need a bit of a boost, well, we're going to give you tips on how to get out of the right side of the bed every morning. It's in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking mostly cloudy with rain or showers affecting northern and western regions at times. Let's look at the details then.
Well, a wet morning for southwest England, especially Devon and Cornwall. Band of heavy rain and showers pushing northeastwards.
It'll be drier further east, though generally rather cloudy. It'll be a mostly dry morning with some bright spells for southeast England, though there may be the odd shower around Reading and Oxford.
It's been an unsettled start to the day across Wales, so there will be a drier period around midday before further showers develop.
Mostly dry at first across the Midlands, though a band of showers will move in from the west around midday. These will be mostly light in nature, but there may be some heavier bursts.
A wet and cloudy morning for much of northeast England, although drier further south. Showers that may be heavy at times will continue to move in from the west during the morning.
And it'll be an unsettled start to Sunday across Scotland, with bands of heavy rain moving northeastwards through the morning. Windy, especially for exposed coasts in the north and west.
Now, after any early heavy rain has cleared, a drier second half of the morning across Northern Ireland with some bright or sunny spells. Feeling warmer than yesterday.
Further showers will affect many parts of England, Wales and Scotland this afternoon, some turning heavy and thundery. And that is how the weather is shaping up for you this Sunday.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:24. Morning to you. Watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Welcome, Marsha. Thank you very much.
Oh, Marsha.
Marsha's
you're in
already
so much
emailed
trouble.
in. She says, what cheers me up seeing what Anne Diamond is wearing next after having raided her 90s wardrobe yet again. Unbelievable stuff and colours, which she has actually kept. Her retro clothes make me laugh. This is brand new. Do you mind? I suppose my taste is still a little bit the same, but retro clothes. Excuse me.
Marsha. I always think you look lovely.
Thank you.
And you always look bright, and everyone I know...
And not retro.
Of the lady variety always says, oh, what's Anne Diamond? Tell me, where did she get that from?
Yeah, well, I'm not telling you, Marsha, where to get it from, because you don't deserve it.
No, you don't deserve it. Dave says to make our day get off to an uplifting start, we take our hearing dog, Peppy, out for a long walk. We take him up the Dunstable Downs. The views are spectacular and everyone loves Pepe. It makes our day.
Lovely name, Pepe.
A hearing dog?
Yeah.
Interesting to see.
Excellent, yeah.
Nigel from Weymouth says, my beautiful wife Jill and I are going to Dorchester for Dorset County Show. Ooh. Oh, I bet that's nice. I like a county show. In our classic 1275 GT Mini. Always a good day out. Keep up the great work. GB News is on 24 hours a day in our house, and I've programmed all the cars. Oh, good. So you've got GB News Radio as well.
Yeah.
Did you get the dealer to pre-program your new car, Anne?
No.
No.
I still can't get GB News Radio on my car. I'll just get rid of the car, I think.
You need to get a new car.
Yeah, I do.
Marriage is very much suiting you, Mr. S. You look incredibly happy.
You do. Yeah, and he had a lovely barbecue yesterday.
Yes, with
your husband.
half the household cavalry going round.
Which is an interesting concept.
I'll tell you what was funny, because I went to bed at 8:30.
Oh.
At which point they were
still barbecuing.
They were completely sloshed.
Oh, right.
At that point.
So they won't be up watching now, so that's all right.
Oh, no. I don't know what time they all got to bed. I don't know, because they're all staying over. I've got an absolute house full of packed.
That would be nice for you to go back to, wouldn't it?
You know what army boys are like.
There'll be a load of people all hungover.
Oh, terrible.
And they'll be wanting you to cook them breakfast.
I'll have to go home and cook breakfast
Absolutely.
this morning.
Paul says, this is a good one. Morning. How come they can put men on the moon in 1969, but they can't even get a rocket off the ground in 2022? It just gives fuel to the conspiracy theories, don't you think?
Well, no, bear in mind, I mean, look at what happened to Apollo 1 and all that. I mean, it was
I know.
very, very difficult to get those, to get it all going. Plus, NASA hasn't done a sort of man-capable mission like this for a very long time.
Very long time, exactly.
So, you know...
And anyway, they've got to get it right, haven't they?
Plus, they're being... I suspect they're being extra careful. Because the last thing they want is for a new mission to blow up. Because that would really put the kibosh on it all. Yeah. And you know what? Don't rush it. Take your time.
But we hope they're going to be going for another launch end of September, they're saying at the moment.
Should be something like that, yeah. Yeah, so we'll get there. We will get there. It's just going to take a little bit of while.
Anyway, do keep your ideas for how to, cheer everybody up in the morning coming in, please. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Apart from Marsha.
Well, I'll forgive you, Marsha.
Anyway, whether it is stress, there's plenty of that about, depression, plenty of that about as well, anxiety or lack of sleep, there are times when getting out of bed in the morning may feel overwhelming, but staying in bed, of course, is not a long-term option.
No, it's not a good one at all. If you're struggling to get going on this lazy Sunday morning, our next guest can tell us how to get out of bed on the right side. Maybe literally, I don't know.
Yes.
He's Josh Saltzman.
Yes, a mind and body guru.
And that's just what we need at this time in the morning, Josh.
Exactly, and we all got out of bed very early this morning.
Yeah.
We were just talking before, Anne, you're a 2:30 riser for this show, and Stephen, you're 3.
3.
And I was 3 as well. So, but having said all that, I think the most important thing that one needs to address when one's talking about well-being or getting out of bed is your mind. And there's 3 things you can control in life, because we've heard a lot of things right now as I'm sitting in the green room about the elections or the elections for the Prime Minister and the weather and the space rocket that didn't launch. And obviously coming out of the pandemic and obviously having the energy costs and the cost of living going up, we can't control any of that. But we can control 3 things. 1, we control how we think. We can control how we eat, most of us, and we control how we mindfully exercise. And if you think of life like that, then you can get rid of a lot of your anxiety, because anxiety and depression usually is caused by trying to control things you can't. And it's not to say that we shouldn't be aware of those things and take action of those things, but I think every well-being, let's get out of bed on the right foot starts with how you're thinking. And I think the thinking has to go along with this. In my opinion, you have to accept where you're at, because most people don't accept where they're at. And that creates anxiety and anger and fear. And if we admit, I'm not feeling great, I'm feeling down, I have these high heat bills or energy bills, my business is struggling, maybe my personal relationships are struggling, no one can control how I'm gonna think. So I'm gonna think like, I'm gonna get out of bed, I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna accept where I'm at, and then I can move forward correctly. And moving forward correctly means nurturing yourself. So whatever you do to yourself as far as exercise or well-being goes or nutrition goes, because I use nutrition rather than diet, because diet sounds like deprivation, where nutrition is discipline, you have to nurture yourself. You have to like yourself. Working in gyms for many years, I've been in the fitness business for over 45 years, and you hear people going to trainers that yell at them. Why do you want to be yelled at?
I don't understand that. Absolutely.
Why do you want to be yelled at? Why do you want to be ridiculed? You go to a class, what's the matter with you? You know what that reminds me of when I was a kid and we used to get these big gym teachers and they used to say, climb the ropes. And I didn't know how to walk and chew gum.
Bullies.
They were bullies.
Yeah.
And so I don't ever want to be like the person that trained me when I was young or ridiculed me. And I think everybody has to think, well, if you're going to do something good for yourself, then you got to change the way you think, because what do they say? It's not my line, it's Jerry Garcia's, but free your mind and your rear end will follow. And everybody's got to take small steps. So to realize when you change with any kind of physical exercise, you don't get stronger when you train, you get stronger when you recover from training. So all of a sudden getting the idea that you're going to get in great shape and getting up in the morning and go out and run 5 miles, well, you won't walk in 2 days. You won't be able to sit down comfortably. So start with small steps. But the first thing is accepting where you're at, saying, you know, I'm going to do something good for myself. And by doing something good for yourself.
Such as, though?
Such as.
Is it something, I mean, when you get up, I mean, we all know what it's like to be in bed and think, I've got to get up, I've got to get up. If you had something to look forward to, maybe like a little routine, a breakfast routine, or something that you love, like a lovely cup of coffee just the way you like it, and go through the newspaper for half an hour or something. A routine, something to look forward to.
Well, I think everybody needs daily disciplines. And I think the first discipline is probably not to turn on the television right away and see all the bad news, is maybe to listen to some music or something like that. Get yourself moving. Look forward to seeing maybe a motivational tape. Or there's many mindful apps that you can get on your phone these days. And then you go on and you say, now I'm going to face the world, rather than just getting out of bed like with 5 minutes to go, and then you're going to be angry, you're going to be behind the 8 ball. And you know, I think the thing about it is you do need routines, and just to move around, just to maybe put on some music and dance.
See, that's interesting.
First thing in the morning.
The idea, because I know a lot of people, and I've been guilty of it, you wake up and within 60 seconds you've clicked on the TV or put the radio on and listened to the news. So actually just give yourself that, even if it's just 10 minutes of
100%, Stephen, yeah. Because if you don't, then all you're going to do is, if you have a narrative in your head that life is not going well, turn on the news and you'll really feel like that, because that feeds that narrative. So there's a great book, and you may have read it, and maybe your audience has read it. It's Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. And he was an inmate in Auschwitz, and he said, you know, the Nazis can do anything to me. They can kill me, they can starve me, they can torture me, but they can't change the way I'm thinking.
I heard that before from a vet.
That's right.
Who was imprisoned in Vietnam, and he said that was the one thing he clinged to was that they could torture him, but they couldn't get in there.
It's your freedom of thought.
Yeah.
And it's not saying stay near that river in Egypt called the Nile, but it is saying that if you look at the glass as being half full and not half empty, which takes that 10 minutes,
What do you do? What do you do in the morning to get yourself out of bed?
Well,
or what's the first thing you do?
First thing in the morning, you know, I have a little Tourette's first thing in the morning. So, you know, when I get over that, depending on how I'm feeling, I do get out of bed in the morning and I try to get myself moving. So I take a little bit of a, you know, caffeinated drink that gets me moving. But having said that, I have no choice in my profession, because I have to be the motivator of people. I have to work with my hands. So I always think to myself, I have no choice. I got to get out of bed. I'm a grandfather now. I have responsibilities and everything else. So I think of those things. So I think everybody needs that. Nobody has that one thing that helps them get out of bed in the morning. I mean, obviously, what gets you guys out of bed in the morning is you got to show up to
I've got a friend who has or used to have anyway, one of those clock radios that wakes you up, and then it switched on, always switched on the song "Oh What a Beautiful Morning" from Oklahoma, I think it's. And it just, I know it's silly, but she said that's how she got out of bed, because she would get out of bed singing it.
Well, you know what? How you start off is how you finish. So if you start off with the world is terrible, and life is doing this to me, and you're apportioning blame on everybody else, then you're going to continue like that. You know, quantum energy says that if you think negatively, you'll get negative things that'll happen to you, and you'll see, rather than it being a cloudy day, you think, well, it's not, you know, it's not raining, it's not sunny. So everybody's has to start off with that right frame of mind. But I like what you said, Stephen. You need that time, because unless you make the time for yourself, everybody else grabs that time. So.
I'll tell you what we're going to do, Josh, is we'd love you to come back next week. And I wonder if you at home on the radio and watching on TV, whether you've got any ideas, any questions for Josh that you would like him to address in all of this. You'd be up for that?
I'm definitely up for that. I'm up for that at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yes. So lovely.
Yes.
So get those thoughts in. See, if you send them in today, then we'll get them all bookmarked on the system.
Yes, that's the best way to go. Let's interact.
Yeah.
Send your questions in, because, you know, we could be let's get bespoke to each individual out there.
Bespoke, I like that.
Ah, you see, what a service we
Bespoke
provide.
Mindfulness, lovely.
Yeah, that's the way. Josh, really good to see you.
Nice to see you too, Stephen. And thank you very much.
And get those questions in then, obviously, to GBViews at gbnews.uk, and also any of your tips for how you get up in the morning with a smile on your face instead of being all miserable.
I tell you what I do notice on Twitter, because I have a love-hate relationship with Twitter. The people who have a go, and there are plenty of them, let's be honest, and you can tell they are people, they're just looking for things to criticise, they're looking for problems, they're very much the glass half empty brigade.
It's a very negative way to
But there's a lot of people like that, and it's not, that isn't a good way to have a sort of happy and fulfilled life, if you're always just looking to pick and poke and pike and all the rest of it. So try and, being positive is a good thing. So get your positive thoughts coming through to us.
How do you get out of bed in the morning?
Well, on a work day, I have to get up as soon as the alarm goes off.
Yeah, me too. Straight. Any faffing around and you'll go back to sleep.
Because I'm not a morning person.
Well, of course you are.
No, I'm not. I'm not. And so on my days off,
You lie in?
I lie in, yeah.
I can't lie in.
I did have a lie-in till 11 o'clock one morning this last week. It was lovely. It was lovely. And then I can just get up and have a meander and a potter about.
I like being up early because you're ahead of everybody else. Makes me feel I'm ahead of schedule all the time. Makes me feel really good.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I love it. I love a good
And then
lie-in.
you can give yourself permission for a little nap in the afternoon as well, which is a luxury.
I do that anyway. Even if I've had a lie-in, I still have a little siesta on a day off. So there you go.
Understandable.
Yeah. Anyway, that's enough of our secrets. Much more to come for you, including all the headlines in the Sunday morning newspapers. Don't go anywhere.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Should we take a look at today's front pages of the newspapers? And the Times leads on President Zelensky's comments saying that the energy crisis is the price we pay to avoid World War III.
The Observer comments on prospective Tory leader Liz Truss and her proposed cabinet if she's made Prime Minister tomorrow.
The Express's headline focuses on Prime Minister Boris Johnson's comments, urging the party to get behind Liz Truss.
I don't know that he said that.
No, he said we've got to unite.
Unite, I think, sort of behind...
Stop the fighting.
Behind any candidate, seems to be what he was saying. Whoever wins. But anyway, that's the Sunday Express's take on it all. Liz Truss pledges to help fix the energy crisis once and for all, according to the Sunday Telegraph.
And the Sunday Mirror covers the alleged Tory plot to bring back Boris. That's an interesting one.
It's just crazy.
I mean, we haven't even appointed the next Prime Minister yet, so...
You know, I know a lot of you are big fans of Boris, but actually, now, you know, that would just be damaging to bring him back. Now, you've got to move forward from these sort of events. I don't think he'd do it, to be honest now. I think he's probably had enough.
Not straight away, but I think there is an argument that he may go away for a while and then try and come back.
Oh, yeah, but that would be different, though.
Because his hero, Winston Churchill, was, did that.
Anyway, let's go through the papers with the columnist Emma Wolfe and the broadcaster and everyone's favourite chef, Kevin Woodford. Good morning to you both. Emma, let's talk about the energy crisis. Should we in the Sunday Telegraph? What's their take on it all?
This is Liz Truss saying no more sticking plasters, no more kicking the can down the road. I have a twofold, this is her, not me, I have a twofold approach. I'm going to fix the energy crisis, as if it were that simple. So she has one of her first prong is immediate financial help for households, which is interesting and will be hopefully a relief to many, many people who are panicking. We're already into September and it's really from October that temperatures are going to start plummeting. The energy price cap rises to £3,500. Goodness knows what it'll be by next April. People are saying up to 7,000. I think people are incredibly worried about this, aren't they? There's a real sense of anxiety. And, you know, this thing about sending out £400 to people, it's just not really, I don't think it's touching the sides. Anyway, her second prong, simple, is solving the deep-rooted problems, which presumably is dealing with the longer-term crisis, which has been caused by the problems in Ukraine, the COVID crisis, all of this. And
it's all massively vague at the moment,
It's very vague.
But then I suppose, you know, to be fair, she doesn't know whether she's got the job yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know that she has, but I think she also has to...
Well, we can't know, can we? We really don't know. Just because every paper is saying so doesn't necessarily...
Hugely surprising. I mean, even Rishi Sunak's team, interestingly, are pretty much given up on assembling their cabinet, apparently. They say there is still a slim chance for a campaign team to say that. So, I mean, this whole thing in the Telegraph is that she's saying, you know, we have to stop reacting in the short term. We have to find a longer-term solution. And it reminded me of that saying about the best time to act is 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
The second best time to act is now.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of needed to act 10 years ago on this, 20 years ago. We need to push through probably things like fracking. You know, we need to get those oil and gas pipelines in the North Sea up and running. And we also need to kind of solve the world problem. So, you know, not much detail.
Although it's very interesting, isn't it, Kevin, in the Sunday Times, what President Zelensky's been saying.
Yes, I mean, what a man. I mean, he made this comment with regard... I mean, we're all concerned about the energy crisis. But his point is so valid. He's saying that, you know, the financial hardship that we're going through in Europe and the UK, is worth going through to avert war. And his greatest concern, I think, is the fact that we shouldn't be afraid of our energy crisis and what we have to endure, because if that's all we've got to endure when you consider what he's going through, then we haven't got a problem at all. And we know, Putin now has sort of suspended the supply of gas through Nord Stream, which is a key pipeline to the West. Yeah. But so be it. I think we need to sort of take on board the strength that Zelensky is showing the rest of the world.
I mean, it's hard in a way. What he's saying is pretty harsh, and a lot of people are really suffering here. However, as you say, it does put it in some perspective.
I think so. I think so. Honestly, I do. I do really. I mean, he makes a point that the greatest danger is for the Ukraine to show weakness. Because if they show weakness, then Russia have really got a grip of everything. So I just think we've got to grin and bear it. We've got to do what we can, really, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Emma, in the Mirror, there's this plot to bring back Boris. Does this have anything other than just a major headline? I mean, is there any
Tory MPs plot to bring back Boris? Well, just lots of eye-rolling from everybody, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, really, we've had months and months and months of Tory infighting. It feels incredibly self-indulgent at a time when the country is facing what it's facing. And now, apparently, 12 of them are planning to submit no-confidence letters, wheel out Sir Graham Brady again, go back into all this. Frankly, we need government now. We need some leadership.
Does it say who these 12 are?
No. Well, I couldn't find any detail on who the 12 are. And 12 is nowhere near enough, as we all know.
No, it's nowhere near enough. But I'll tell you what, it just strikes me, and whatever your views on all of this, and whether you're a big Boris supporter or not, or whatever, that would be so self-indulgent.
So self-indulgent. And I think it's a measure of just how damaging and how divisive this bloodletting, this public performance over the last 6 weeks has been, but also just how divided the Conservative Party remain, and just how desperately we need, I don't care now whether it's Labour or Conservative, we just need some leadership, bring the country back together, and also help for people, help for the actual constituency, lest we forget us lot that actually kind of, politics has become this odd game, this sort of beauty contest, hasn't it? So this idea that they're going to resubmit letters of confidence and bring Boris back by Christmas is absolutely ludicrous. I think it's for the birds. I mean, Lord Cruddas of Shoreditch had that. There was a petition going, and they were trying to get to 10,000 signatures to try and change the party rules to bring back Boris. All of that seems to have been dead in the water as well. So I think they really do need to move on and unite behind somebody.
Yes, move forwards, not backwards, as somebody once said.
Boris could shut this down by actually saying something like that.
Couldn't he? Quite. Absolutely. He's been very quiet throughout the whole thing.
All he's done is he has made a speech there in the front page of the Sunday Express saying, we must unite behind the next leader. Yeah. But he could actually say, no, I'm going to do X, Y and Z, and he hasn't told us what he's going to go and do.
No.
Kevin, in The Observer this morning, these sort of apps, you can get apps for everything these days. And apps for getting food delivered and groceries delivered. And all that. But is that all falling apart?
I think it is, Stephen. I think what we had was during the pandemic, we had this enormous rise in grocery delivered to our home within 15 minutes. And in fact, one of the largest companies, a company called Gorilla, they invested millions, through venture capitalism, they invested millions of pounds in this. And right across the UK as well as the world.
I've never heard of Gorilla.
Yeah, they're very quiet. They're called the dark warehouse. It's the dark web. They're somewhere hidden away. But anyway, they are now at the stage where they are now getting rid of it all. They're major players in 5 cities across the UK. They're just ditching it completely.
Oh.
At the time, think about it, when we had the pandemic and we couldn't go to the local corner shop, it was wonderful. We could pick up the phone, Deliveroo, and there are other companies. We could have what we wanted delivered. That's stopping. And I think there was this great belief that what was going to happen, that was the future. And that's why there was so much investment in it. That was the future. We wouldn't bother going to the shops anymore because we didn't need to. Everything would be delivered. For me, that was a disaster because I don't want somebody picking my cucumber, picking my apples, picking my oranges, whatever. I want to actually, and I still object to them all being wrapped up. I want to go into the shop and I want to unwrap it, and I do.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I haven't been nicked for it yet. But I want to feel the oranges. I want to feel the apples. You know. So I think we're going back to that now. So there is a rapid decline in that form of food being delivered.
That's interesting.
I've never understood this thing about wanting a couple of bananas delivered. I've never done an online supermarket delivery
Have you
ever.
not?
And I just don't understand people that, even in the pandemic, you were allowed to go to the local shop for your essentials. I mean, we have an obesity crisis, you know, we have depression, loneliness in this country. You need to get out and about, even if you potter down to the shops and buy a pint of milk. As many old people do as a daily trip.
It's essential, isn't it? It's part of a community thing, isn't it?
To get out and about,
It is.
to pick out your cucumbers or your loaf of bread or whatever.
Well,
I don't want anyone to lose their jobs in this.
No,
but I really think it's very sad, this increasing thing of sitting at home, presumably on your smartphone, ordering in, you know...
But you know, Emma, even then, we did it. We had, you know, one of the large companies deliver stuff to us, you know, at one particular point, and we only did it twice because the food that arrived was literally sort of, you had to use it the following day because it was just on the edge. It's not something you would buy if you'd gone into the supermarket, if you knew you didn't want it for about 3 or 4 days.
Well, I
agree completely.
I did it in the pandemic, but not fresh. Didn't get anything fresh.
What did you get?
Tinned and
Well, just the
like a
tin
load
and
of
the packet.
tins and the loo roll and stuff like that.
Well, sort of stuff.
Absolutely understand
But the fresh stuff is like, no, because they're going to get rid of what they want to get rid of.
Yes,
No,
of
of
course.
course, absolutely. Yeah. So thankfully, we're seeing the end of that. You know, it's one of those things that, and there was so much investment in it because it was the future. For lots of venture capitalists, this is where we're going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Let's quickly look at rude commuters.
Yeah, so this is the Daily Mail saying that transport bosses have been criticised for giving antisocial passengers the green light to blare out their music. Basically, this is people on their smartphones not using headphones at all, just blaring out their films, streaming videos and music and all of that. A commuter complained and was told, you know, that's fair enough, these people are allowed to play their music. Do you remember we had campaigns against smelly food, don't eat smelly food?
Yes.
We even had campaigns against headphones, don't turn up your music too loud while you're listening to headphones. I remember that on the tubes, you know, people having that tinny sort of noise coming through. But now, apparently, TfL are saying, Transport for London are saying, we remind our customers to act in a considerate and responsible manner. But they're not asking people to put on headphones, which is really odd. I think they're desperate to get people back on the transport network. Thing that gets me is the really loud engines and motorbikes, you know, really super loud cars that really, I think that's the most antisocial thing in our neighbourhoods. But
Do you?
there we go.
I don't mind a bit of revving myself.
Do you? You like a bit of revving?
I'm a bit of a petrol head. I like
Right,
it.
yes,
What
I am.
is it? What
Especially
is it with
when
those
it lights are
motorbikes?
red.
Oh.
Drop it into clutch, let it go. Oh, yeah. It's lovely. It's a great sound.
It's a great sound. We'll educate you into that one.
I think that's so antisocial. In the middle of the night, you hear those
Oh, in the middle of
motorbikes
the night.
going
Oh,
by.
yes,
no,
absolutely.
Yeah, can't do it in the middle of
Some
the
people do it deliberately,
It's
don't
okay till midnight. After midnight, you should never do it.
Yeah. Lovely. Laura, thank you both. We're going to catch up with you a little bit later on. But for now, thank you very much indeed.
Right, now, British troops have joined cold weather exercises in northern Finland with Finnish and Swedish armed forces. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, has said Exercise Vigilant Knife, that seems to be what it's called, was an invaluable opportunity for UK personnel to develop their experience of warfighting in cold weather conditions.
The Prime Minister is urging the Tory party to back the next PM wholeheartedly, whoever it is. Writing in the Sunday Express, he praised the abilities of both candidates and said it was time to put the national interest first.
Liz Truss says she will use her first week as Prime Minister, if she gets the job, to set out immediate action on energy bills. Writing in the Sunday Telegraph, the Foreign Secretary said she would appoint a council of economic advisers to help guide her and her Chancellor.
Statins. If you don't take them, you know someone who does. The drug that has saved millions of lives by preventing heart attacks and strokes. But, of course, it has, for a long time now, had a bit of a bad reputation.
Well, many patients apparently stopped taking the drug because of a whole range of side effects that have been reported. Muscle pain, migraines, memory loss and even diabetes are believed to be a result of taking the drug, or at least believed by some.
Well, let's get the facts on all of this. Dr. Veena Babu is here. Good to see you this morning. Look, I mean, the big complaint about statins has always been it can cause muscle pain. There's a new study out, isn't there, which shows that generally isn't the case.
So it's actually quite a controversial study. The CNN have released it, and it actually says in a majority of these patients, muscle aches are because of age, because of other lifestyle factors. And having seen this on the front line, I'm not sure how much I agree with it.
Really?
Because you see the average person taking statins and what they complain of. And I don't know if I agree with this research completely, because that's not what we see in patients day to day.
Yeah. Sorry, I know you're familiar with statins. I'm not. Why do people take statins in the first place? And I remember interviewing a doctor a while ago who said we should be all taking a statin.
Yeah, so it's actually quite mixed opinions on that. So we take statins to reduce your cardiovascular risk. Now, this risk could be higher if you've had a heart attack or a stroke before, so that's called secondary prevention. But if you're someone who might be a bit obese, don't have great lifestyle choices, we give it for primary prevention so that you never end up having a heart attack or a stroke. But what's interesting is the number needed to treat is actually very, very high. So how I explain this to my patients is if 100 people took a statin for an entire year, we can prevent a heart attack in one person. So the other 99, if they took it or not, it may not make a difference. So because the numbers are like that, you have to really base it patient to patient, what the risks are, what their lifestyle is. And as with everything, it's never in isolation. It has to be in conjunction with their entire package of health. You know, what are they eating? Are they moving enough? Are they taking their other medicines? And we have different brands, different doses. So I would recommend...
I was going to say the different types of statin. I've just been moved off simvastatin because they said, well, that's actually quite an old drug now, and put on...
atorvastatin.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah.
But they said, you know, that if you had side effects with one, they can move you on to another, which may not give you the same side effects.
Absolutely. So we're all unique. Our body interacts with medications very uniquely. Exactly as happened to you, we change patients to a different statin. We can alter the dose. You can, if you were, say, maybe on a 60 milligram, we could give you 20 and see how that goes. So at least you're getting some of the medicine rather than none. But at the end of the day, it's patients' choices. If they come back and say...
But the problem is there's fear, isn't there? Because I know, and you will come across them, or maybe actually you don't, because I know loads of people who, you know, they're put on statins and they say, oh, well, I just don't take them.
Yeah.
I just don't... You get the prescription repeated every time.
Yeah.
But, no, I don't take statins.
OK, well, this is the truth about statins. If you're going to take them, you need to take them correctly. You need to take them at night. Do you know why that is?
No, I don't, but I do take mine at night.
Good.
Why is that?
So our body produces cholesterol at night. So we take it and it prevents the liver from producing the bad cholesterol, the LDL cholesterol. And that's why we should take it at night, so it reduces the synthesis of that bad cholesterol building up, which is the one that blocks all our arteries. So if someone takes it in the day or changes up what they do, it's not going to be beneficial. So you want to take it at night if you're going to take it.
Right. So, but we need to... If anyone has been prescribed it and they have concerns, what should they do?
Absolutely speak to your doctor, because there are options, like we said.
But keep taking it for now.
I think if you have concerns, we have to respect people's concerns. If you're having concerns, stop taking it, speak to your doctor, discuss the concerns, look at the data, and then make a decision together. But if you're having concerns, you shouldn't be taking something that makes you feel, you know,
worried.
not right.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Oh, well...
Amazing. Complicated, isn't it?
Well, it is complicated. I've never had any issues with that. I've been on them for years because you took type 1 diabetics on them for all sorts of reasons. So I'm just on them. I've never had any issues at all.
Well, if you've got concerns, at least you heard it from the doctor, didn't you?
Yes, you
Go
did.
and discuss it with yours.
Yeah.
Right, we've got lots to talk about in the coming hour, including who's going to be our next Prime Minister. Not long to go now.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A new Prime Minister will finally be appointed tomorrow after months of waiting.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. No, it's not, it's 7 o'clock. Wishing time away. It is 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 4th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio and online, so wherever you are, whatever you're up to, take us with you.
So here are the top news stories this morning. Liz Truss, or Rishi Sunak, of course, will be named as Britain's new Prime Minister tomorrow. The current Foreign Secretary is still leading the race, apparently. I mean, I don't know how we know that, but that's what all the newspapers and commentators are saying.
Yes. It's going to be if that doesn't happen, there's going to be a lot of egg on a lot of faces.
Oh, yes.
But in a change of tradition, whoever it's going to be will be appointed by the Queen at Balmoral, not Buckingham Palace.
The entire southwest coast has been placed under avian flu restrictions to stop the spread of the disease. This new strain of the virus apparently is highly contagious, and concern is growing that the spread could soon cross to pets and other animals in the area.
Oh yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on that one for you. Plus, we've got the sport heading your way. Another controversial day in the Premier League. Thousands of people in uproar after several high-profile refereeing decisions. We're going to be getting all the detail from Aidan this hour.
And as ever, of course, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing us gbviews@gbnews.uk. Oh, we've been asking you how you get up in the morning, especially when the news is a bit rotten and all the rest of it. And
how you have a decent outlook on life.
Yes. How do you cheer yourself up and get out of bed? And you've got some lovely ones as well. Carol says, morning, Carol, I drive to the beach and look at the sea and do long walks, 8 miles at a time. Exercise is the answer. And love you too. That's lovely. Thank you very much. But exercise actually is, isn't it? It gets those...
It's the word exercise, because people think it means you've got to force yourself out to go and sweat.
Yeah, it's doing something
active,
sort of isn't it? A good walk with the dog. Lots of people love walking the dog.
Yeah.
Jane from Barnsley, hi Jane, says, hi Stephen and Anne, when I feel down, to cheer myself up, I like to spend time in the garden, walking our dog Darcy and spending time with our grandchildren, Ellis and Eva.
Maggie from South Wales says, hello, dream couple.
Ooh.
Oh, I quite
nice,
like that.
Thank you.
Now, she cheers herself up by heading off to Corfu at the end of this week. And I'm determined to forget all the troubles whilst I'm away. All the problems with health, struggle to find somewhere affordable for my granddaughter to rent in London as she takes up her dream place at the Mount View Academy of Theatre Arts.
Oh, lovely.
Need to keep an eye on that name then. We've been very, very many times. We've made wonderful friends over the last 20 years. When we get back, the battle with price increases will begin in earnest. You cheer us up, of course, whenever you are on.
Yeah, you can watch us from Corfu.
Yes, you can. It's on YouTube or the app or
I
whatever.
was in Corfu last year. It was absolutely lovely.
I've only been once. I was literally there for 24 hours.
Oh, no, it's absolutely lovely. In the old town, the shops are gorgeous. Lots of local jewellery and things like that. Oh, really nice Corfu. It used to have a bit of a reputation in the 80s.
Did it?
Yes, as the place where, you've got a lot of drunken Brits basically going on holidays. But it's not like that now. It's gorgeous.
Well, we shall come out and join you, Maggie, from South Wales.
I'd love to.
Jenny says, this is all about having your glass half full. It says, morning, Stephen and Anne. I work in retail, which means every weekend and every bank holiday. But I have my health, family, 2 gorgeous dogs, and I don't live in a war zone. That's enough to keep me happy.
That is glass half full, isn't it?
That's the way to
Quite right. And Peter from Leeds says, some good news. The £2 bus fare looks like it's already been implemented here on First Bus Leeds.
Oh, that's good news.
That is good news. I wonder if anywhere else in the country, tell us, has the £2 bus fare actually started yet?
I tell you, we didn't do Caroline in North Devon, did we? Because that's
no, we haven't.
Because that you see, I like because I'm big on nature. I mean, I'm a Lake District boy. I love just sometimes just look. It's like the whole stop and smell the flowers thing, isn't it? Caroline in North Devon says it's the simple pleasures: taking the puppy for a walk, watching the sunrise, picking mushrooms and blackberries. Nature is free.
That's true. It is.
And I think we all appreciated that. I know lockdown was hugely problematic in many ways, but we did get the chance to go and... I mean, I certainly found that. We're just actually taking that time every day to take our hour-long exercise just to get out and see the trees.
There were hardly any cars on the road and no planes in the sky at the beginning. Do you remember? And it was so quiet.
Yeah, so...
we could look up at a blue sky and see nothing but sky. It was brilliant.
So that was a positive. That was a silver lining to the cloud, if you like. So actually just taking that time out just to smell the flowers.
But keep those ideas coming in. How to cheer yourself up and get yourself out of bed on a Sunday morning when the news is a bit ghastly. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
I don't know if we can say our main news is ghastly this morning or just a long time coming, because Britain's new Prime Minister will finally be announced tomorrow.
I think it's all a bit ghastly, but there you go. Ghastly or ghastly. Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss. They're going to find out which one of them's going to get the keys to number 10 at 12:30 tomorrow. Before then, they're going to have to travel to Balmoral to be formally appointed by the Queen. That'll happen Tuesday. So they'll have the news Monday and see the Queen Tuesday.
Unfortunately, because all our scripts say Balmoral Castle, I keep wondering, you've got that voice in the back of your head doing this job sometimes, and that voice is saying Barnard Castle.
Oh, no, not Barnard Castle.
That would not be...
No. The Queen might go there to check her eyesight, but I doubt she'll do it.
That would be very unfortunate, wouldn't it?
It really would.
Anyway, look, what is going to happen when the new Prime Minister is appointed? Let's talk to writer and broadcaster Charlie Peters. Morning, Charlie.
Morning.
I mean, there's... Whoever it is going to be, they have, like nothing we've seen before, are going to have to hit the ground running on this, aren't they?
Yes, there are a litany of crises. I'm sorry that you've spent the first 5 minutes of this slot talking about how to cheer yourself up in the morning with happy news, but I have nothing to bring you of joy at the moment because we are piling on the misery as it stands in the political sphere. I think pretty much every front page today is leading with that appropriate level of fear. I mean, I think... the police chiefs, the top of the Sunday Times today, I mean, you focused on the main splash, but right at the kind of the crown of the page, there's a discussion about police chiefs writing up warnings about disorder in the coming autumn and the winter as pricing situations hit. And so this long leadership election, this race we've been enduring, they have to get going, regardless of who wins tomorrow, immediately to dissuade some of that misery. I mean, it's well known in the security sector that MI5 always say that Britain is no more than 4 missed meals away from anarchy. And
4
missed meals away from anarchy. And I think we can assume that some households, with a great degree of confidence, will be missing at least 4 meals in the coming price hikes that we're having. Thousands of pounds poured onto households with energy crises and other cost hikes and inflation, of course. And I think that whoever wins, and I think it's almost certainly going to be Liz Truss, they have to enter number 10 with a sense of urgency to deal with that. Anarchy is on the horizon.
We were talking about how it works because obviously Boris Johnson has got to go up to Balmoral first to actually be disappointed.
Disappointed,
Whatever the Queen says to him. And then he'll come back, no longer Prime Minister, and then the Prime Minister, we'll learn tomorrow, will then have to go and see the Queen too. When will that person, if it's Liz Truss, for instance, when will that person then make their speech? which normally incoming Prime Ministers do, outside the door of number 10. And in that speech, it's actually got to be specifics now, hasn't
Yes, I think so, because of the amount of time we've had to wait, as I said, from the launch of this race almost 2 months ago to now, you'll expect, and I think knowing Liz Truss and knowing her team, there will be a large amount of ideological conviction within that first speech, as we can understand it. I think the factionalism that took over the last number 10 ministry is unlikely to be as present in this one. I think the shift that we'll see from Boris Johnson to, again, almost certainly Liz Truss, I think will also include a stronger ideological line. I think there will be clear points and clear answers to most of these problems. Whether or not you think they're going to be successful or useful, we'll find out. But there is an element of the dogmatic about Liz Truss, and I think that will be delivered tomorrow evening on return from Balmoral.
See, that's something which we have lacked. A lot of people like Boris Johnson. A lot of people like him for his... I mean, it's his character as much as anything else, and that's a big positive in a lot of people's eyes. But what we really do need actual clarity now, don't we? Because you said 4 missed meals away from anarchy. What upsets people, what is problematic for people, is not knowing what on earth is going to happen, what is coming down the line, and so that's the clarity we need.
Yes, and I think the big problem that a lot of people had, even if they were supporters of the current Prime Minister, is that his administration did often have a tricky relationship with the truth and often misled voters and I think supporters, and that level of integrity that you expect from the highest office in the land wasn't as clear as it should have been. And I think perhaps there will be a resurgence of that mentality in the new administration. I think it's clear what we'll expect in terms of the political direction. Liz Truss is a tax-cutting libertarian who's going to lean towards market forces to get those things across. And I think that tied in with a renewed perspective on the public trust is going to be the key message for
What do you think the timetable
Minister
will be then? Tuesday they go up and see the Queen. Tuesday evening, you reckon, speech outside number 10, laying these things out. So that's Tuesday out of the way. Then she's got to announce her cabinet. Wednesday?
Yes, I think...
Wednesday announcing the cabinet. And then are we thinking about...
budget on Thursday.
The budget on Thursday.
Rock and roll. Let's get it going. 48 hours. I mean, why not? We have government planes to ferry them back and forth from Scotland now, which is a relief. In fact, they enjoyed testing the government plane last week. A few Foreign Office civil servants got to go on the jolly as they flew to the Lake District, in fact. So they got to make the most of it.
Right.
And so, I mean, thankfully, we have 2 of these things. So there's no excuse. There's government logistics is in place to ensure that they can turn them around.
She's got to do that. If it's her, she's got to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I've got the answers.
Which basically means then that Kwasi Kwarteng, who we expect to be Chancellor...
Correct, yeah.
I mean, we're making assumptions, but we expect him to be Chancellor. I mean, that budget must be pretty much in place then.
Yes.
Just in case of getting it out there.
Yes, I think one of the reasons why we haven't seen Boris Johnson do so much in the final 2 months of his premiership. Of course, he's not particularly allowed to. He's committed to allowing to just kind of be a steady ship as the new Prime Minister comes in. But also, I think, because he knows that Kwasi Kwarteng is building the next raft of regulations and rules for this country's economic plan and isn't really allowed to do so much. And I think there will be a degree of interaction between the current number 10 administration and Kwasi's team and his anticipated alliance as they build that forward. If there isn't a revolutionary expectation in terms of policies put in place by the time you're speaking this time next week, I'll be very surprised.
Right. OK.
I think we'd all be massively disappointed if there isn't something absolutely laid out and for us to consider.
Charlie, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
That, to me, we're about glass half full, glass half empty.
Yeah.
That, to me, is glass half full.
Well, knowing that these things are going to happen.
Things are in place. That say by the time we're back on Friday, we will have a clearer plan of the direction we are going in and what help is likely to be heading our way in all of this. Whether we agree with the policies or disagree with the policies, we will have policies.
Just hope there's something that really does get to the nugget of the problem.
Yeah.
And that it's not just whiffle waffle.
Well, there's going to have to be, isn't there? Because you imagine the furore if actually it is all just spin and no substance.
It's not good enough, is it?
No.
Let's hope it's good.
There's going to have to be some proper meat on the bones. Anyway, we shall find out, won't we? It is 7:13. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines.
Well, Liz Truss says she's going to use her first week as Prime Minister to set out immediate action on energy bills. Of course, that's if she wins the leadership contest. Writing in the Sunday Telegraph, she said she would appoint a council of economic advisors to help guide her and her Chancellor.
British troops have joined cold weather exercises in northern Finland with Finnish and Swedish armed forces. The Defence Secretary said exercise Vigilant Knife was an invaluable opportunity for UK personnel to develop their experience of warfighting in cold weather conditions.
And the Unite union is warning that tens of thousands of its workers could go on strike in the coming months as part of their dispute over pay. The UK's second largest trades union has apparently 1.2 million members working right across transport, construction, manufacturing and logistics.
It is going to be, as I say, I just think it's fascinating, though, to see, because part of the problem is we know people have been desperate for the last 6 weeks, and that's before the worst of it kicks in, and people are already desperate. And one of the criticisms of government at the moment, which the Labour Party has laid at the doors of Boris Johnson and others, is that, well, nothing's been done. Nothing has really been done yet. No immediate action has been taken. Well, if Liz Truss can actually put that in place, you have to ask the question, why wasn't something, even if only temporary measures, put in place?
Yes, of course you do. But, well, let's see. But, I mean, as we say, it's going to be a very busy and very interesting week because, obviously, as things are announced, the commentators will have their say and we'll be trying to figure it all out and whether it will actually reach the people who need the most help.
Of course, you've got to say Boris Johnson's been between a bit of a rock and a hard place in that had he made any big decisions on this, and Nadhim Zahawi is currently Chancellor, then there would have been huge amounts of criticism saying you're doing stuff when you should, you know, you're about to leave, so you shouldn't be doing.
Well, he was more or less made to promise that he wouldn't do anything, which is a crazy way to leave the country, really. But then he did promise that. So yes, it's been, and of course people have criticised him going on holiday, but you almost think, well, what else was he meant to do?
Well, yeah.
Just sit inside number 10, you know, apparently allegedly taking care of things.
Yeah, so just couldn't win, could he? But I mean, nevertheless, it does, you know, that doesn't help those people who've been really suffering recently. I mean, I was talking to somebody yesterday who, and it puts it in perspective because let's be honest, we're in a pretty privileged position of you know, I mean, the bills are certainly biting, but you know, we can manage. And talking to somebody yesterday who had £40 in the account and isn't salaried.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, £40 in the account, isn't salaried, so they get paid per hour. And so they needed that money for fuel, because if they weren't going to work, they wouldn't get any more money. So that had to be saved for fuel, for petrol. And you just think, well, and literally rifling through the freezer for any old bit and just see what on earth you could make out of it. And that, I thought yesterday, yeah. I mean, I moan about the bills and all the rest of it, and I certainly shop very carefully around the supermarket and get the cheapest stuff and all the rest of it. I thought, I've not been in that position.
No, I'm switching lights off all the time like crazy, worried about what sort of appliances may still be switched on in the house that I don't need. And yes, we're all having to think about it, which is probably a very good discipline for us all. Maybe we have, as a society, become far too complacent. Certainly can't afford complacency now, can we?
No, but when you're right up against it like that, I tell you what, it made me feel very fortunate and just think, stop moaning, Dixon. You know, tighten your belt, but don't whinge about it because you're all right.
Okay,
so
well, Liz Truss, if you're watching, or Rishi, if the tables are completely turned and he becomes Prime Minister, somebody has got to come up with some very good plans.
Yeah. Oh, David from Lincolnshire. Morning. Something light-hearted. Perhaps a truss is just what the country needs.
Well, a truss is a support, isn't it?
I should have. A truss is just what the country needs. Doesn't a truss hold and give support for a hernia, but doesn't fix it?
Oh. Oh, well, let's not take the analogy too far then.
No, but it's interesting though.
Yeah, it is.
Again, as I said yesterday, should have pre-read that.
Yes, that's right, you
Could
did.
have been worse. David, thank you.
Let's move on. Let's take you back, actually, 86 years to 1939 and to the outbreak of war in Europe, where many Jews were desperately seeking to flee persecution from the Nazi regime.
Yeah, the Kindertransport was the largest humanitarian mission of its kind, saving about 10,000 children by bringing them to safety in Britain.
And now it's thought that 95% of those children who were brought through the port town of Harwich in Essex. And this week, a memorial on the Kindertransport was unveiled on the quayside there, with many original Kinders, as they're called, there to watch the ceremony. Ellie Costello has the story.
Here on the quayside in Harwich, the Kinders' first steps to freedom have been immortalised.
It's the largest ever recorded migration of children ever, and to remind others who don't know about it of the sheer humanity of welcoming and caring for refugees. I'm so upset, I'm sorry. Oh.
The Kindertransport was an organised rescue effort of Jewish children from across Europe to Britain to escape systematic persecution by the Nazi regime.
They organised for me to come to England, into the arms of strangers, just to save my life. It was a nightmare journey, but it was organised. I mean, it was not like some of the scenes of refugees you see. There was a train of 1,000 children with just two adults. But they had done something which I thought was very brave.
Well, the port of Harwich was the first place that the Jewish children would see when they first arrived in Britain on the Kindertransport. It's thought that 10,000 Jewish children were saved during this humanitarian mission. And now 30 of them have returned as adults to thank the town and the people that saved them.
I remember that the Dutch ladies who were kind enough to bring us biscuits and so on. You know, one's not that much used to kindness there, and so it was a very nice thing. And then people in Britain, I thought they were angels.
As the statue was unveiled, emotions ran high.
Now, this statue captures the moment when the first ship, the SS Prague, arrived in Harwich in 1938, and the very first children walked down the gangplank, and the girl at the front is just putting her first foot onto safe ground. That's the moment that we've captured. It's 5 life-sized children, each expressing one of the many different emotions these children must have felt. So the one at the front is confident, forward-looking. The girl behind her is curious, timid. She's holding the hand of someone who's anxious, nervously nibbling her name tag. And the boy at the back is looking back up the gangplank. So that you could read his expression as homesickness, or perhaps it's a nod to the Holocaust. The fact that 85% of these children never saw their families again.
10,000 children came through here and integrated into our country. They've had children of their own, who've had children, grandchildren and so forth. And it's a fantastic part of our history and our heritage.
The statue of Jewish children walking to freedom will serve as a reminder that out of the very worst of humanity came the very best.
I just feel more, the nature of human beings, how they can descend so far. It's frightening. That's why this sort of commemoration is useful, because it reminds people what can happen in the world.
Ellie Costello, GB News.
Do you know, just watching that reminded me of my mum was talking about someone who lived in the village, Lottie, when we grew up, and I bizarrely had a dream about her either last night or the night before, and she must have been dead quite a long time now. But she married, well, she must have married over there, but someone, a Brit, a good old northern soldier who was out fighting, and they must have married out there, and then he's brought her back, and then she lived the rest of her life in our village. And she was loved, but obviously it's not kinder transport, but it just reminded me of Lottie.
And do you remember Sir Nicholas Winterton, the man who brought over lots of children himself, all by himself, and never said a word about it all his life? And it was only discovered that he'd done so much when his wife was going through stuff in the attic, and she found his diary with all of the names and everything of every child that he'd helped. And then there was a wonderful programme on the BBC with Esther Ranson, where she was interviewing him in the studio, and she was sort of telling his story. And then she said, will anybody in the studio stand up who reckons that they were saved by Nick Winterton? And the entire studio stood up. It was a wonderful moment, one of these fantastic moments. Brilliant stories.
Yeah, that was. Look, statins we're talking about. Catherine says, what a wonderful doctor, Vina Babu. If she's a GP, I wish she lived near me.
I know, that's
what I was thinking. So well.
Yeah.
I tell you what, and George says, morning to you both. Talking of what cheers me up, it's you two and the chemistry you have together.
Oh, that's nice, thank you.
Just watch your piece on statins. You're on a torvastatin. However, I've always taken mine in the morning. As the box just says, take one daily. So it seems on your doctor's advice, I need to change my habit. Yeah, take it at night. It's always what I was told when I first went on statins was you take it at night.
Well, discuss it with your doctor, I suppose, is the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mark says, good morning, Stephen and Anne. I'm up early today, starting out at 7 a.m. on a 2-hour drive to Southampton to pick up my wife and her mum from their mini cruise. And then I have to drive to Devon to take mum-in-law home, and then back from Devon to our home in Worcestershire. That's 400 miles of driving, but I'll have the two of you on the radio to keep me company on the trip to Southampton.
Oh, well, drive carefully, Mark. Yeah. Happy driving.
Happy driving.
Don't think about the fuel you're burning.
No.
Maybe it's an electric car. You never know.
A long journey you've got ahead of you.
It is a long journey.
Yeah.
Mind, if you like driving...
And some people do.
Yeah,
I used to. I don't anymore, but I used to.
Yeah, I quite enjoy driving. Quite nice. Put the radio on and...
That's the main thing, isn't it? It's having radio and a box of boiled sweets.
Oh.
You have to have those. You have to have certain nibbles in the car, don't you?
Oh, do you?
To make a journey really good. Yeah.
Oh.
You know those old-fashioned boiled sweets?
Yeah.
You always have to have a tin of those.
Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go.
This is my tip for the day.
See, crisps are my weakness.
Oh.
A huge bag of crisps there would be. I mean, I don't do it, but that would be my dream.
Would be nice.
Anyway, one day. Now, let's head on to more serious matters for you. The Metropolitan Police must learn from the appalling mistakes of the past. The words of the current Home Secretary, Priti Patel.
Yeah, she's written a letter to the new Met Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Hurley, detailing the need for him to restore trust and confidence back in policing, following a year of high-profile scandals.
Well, let's talk to former Detective Chief Superintendent from the Met, and Head of Volume Crime, Kevin Hurley. Kevin, good to see you this morning. I mean, it's a statement of the obvious, isn't it?
Well, I mean, my own view on this is a cynical last gasp of a failing Home Secretary trying to prove she's strong in the hope that Suella Braverman doesn't get the job. So what it's actually done is demonstrated yet another one of her failings, because it's made us a little bit less safe. All it's done is given the men and women in the front line serving us right now another kicking to further demoralise them. You see, the one thing that most people don't understand about police officers is they do something no one else has to do for a living, which is confront violence, mentally disordered people, and general wrongdoings. And that's hard. And that requires a certain inner commitment and passion. And if you keep, if you like, kicking the sheepdog, as we continue to do, they're going to be coward and not protect the flock. So if I were the commissioner, and she's very fortunate I was in fact rejected in the last 6 for the last application, I would be taking this line right now to change the paradigm, if you like, the relationship between the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, the most senior police officer in the country, and the politicians.
Well, how would you do that? What would you do that would make a difference?
By saying what I've just said. So behind closed doors, I'd have a conversation and say, if you want me to come out and start doing this, it's going to hit you in your votes. So I really think you should work with us, work with other partners to keep people safe and understand the challenges that we've got. Otherwise, I'll just say, well, your government has cut our workforce by 44,000. Your claim of bringing in 20,000 extra new officers, untrained, unskilled, is, if you like, a smokescreen, because you've only managed to get 13,000, which therefore means you haven't filled the gap and you never will, because morale is so poor that we're losing all our best and most experienced officers. Of course, the relationship between the police and the public is failing because you've closed 60% of our police stations, and we continue to have failures and foul-ups like we see because you've caused us to close virtually all our training schools, or the level of training that we can now deliver is much reduced. So if you want me to keep saying that, new Home Secretary, that's the approach I will take when I answer nearly all your questions.
That's not overly helpful, though, is it? I mean, in the sense... I mean, I'm not saying they're not valid points, because I'm pretty sure they are. However, part of the problems, part of the failings that have happened are down to individuals slipping through the net and some appalling crimes by serving officers.
I don't defend them, but my point is it's very, very helpful, because the first thing I said is if you don't have motivated, passionate people going forward on their own in the dark to work for us, you can say what you like, but it's not going to work. So it is extremely helpful, because the first thing that people need to understand is the more you kick the sheepdog, the more cowed it's going to be. So that's the message I would start off with. And by the way, had I been the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police and facing those kind of allegations, not allegations, but criticism from Khan trying to force me to resign, I'd have had a closed-doors conversation behind with him and I and say, if you carry on like this, I'm going to destabilise you and cause you to lose a lot of votes. Because if you keep damaging the morale of the workforce, then we're all going to be less safe, because I'm in the business of protecting us and making sure the public understand the issue. So, Mr. Khan, you've been responsible for closing 60% of the police stations in the Metropolitan Police, cutting down our training, cutting down our ability to vet people. Is it any wonder that we're getting wrong-uns coming into the police force when we can't train, fund? Or, by the way, we've had to cut all our supervision levels. Our experienced people are going. So, yet again, how are we going to deal with these wrong-uns?
So when we hear you saying that, a plain speaker, no doubt, and you didn't get the job and Sir Mark Rowley did, can we expect him to be anywhere near as plain speaking as you're suggesting is needed?
Well, he and I were on the same strategic command course. I know Mark extremely well, and he beat me for the job of Assistant Chief Constable in Surrey some years back. So I think Mark will be a plain speaker, whether or not he will be the same as I am, because I bring to if you like, the mix the fact I was once an elected police and crime commissioner, so I've been a politician as well, so I know how it all kind of works on that side of the house. I think Mark will be someone they'll be a bit surprised by. I'm not quite sure how he will deliver on aspects of maintaining the morale of the workforce, but I don't think Mark is going to be quite the pushover that Priti Patel hoped he would be.
Oh, well.
Well, she probably won't be secretary anyway, will she?
To be fair...
Suella Braverman.
Well, Suella Braverman, most likely.
Yeah.
I don't think Priti wants the job, actually, now. I think she's had enough.
Yes, I can understand that. Horrible job.
It's a horrible job.
Yeah.
Look, Kevin, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much
Gosh,
indeed.
Yeah, really interesting hearing you speak.
Well, there you go. No messing about there.
No messing about. Lots and lots of passion, and isn't that what you need at the top?
Oh, wow. Look, don't go anywhere. Got all the sport heading away in just a couple of minutes, talking of passion about his job. Aidan McGee's going to be here.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking mostly cloudy with rain or showers affecting northern and western regions at times. Let's look at the details then.
Well, a wet morning for southwest England, especially Devon and Cornwall. Band of heavy rain and showers pushing northeastwards.
It'll be drier further east, though generally rather cloudy. It'll be a mostly dry morning with some bright spells for southeast England, though there may be the odd shower around Reading and Oxford.
It's been an unsettled start to the day across Wales, so there will be a drier period around midday before further showers develop.
Mostly dry at first across the Midlands. though a band of showers will move in from the west around midday. These will be mostly light in nature, but there may be some heavier bursts.
A wet and cloudy morning for much of northeast England, although drier further south. Showers that may be heavy at times will continue to move in from the west during the morning.
And it'll be an unsettled start to Sunday across Scotland, with bands of heavy rain moving northeastwards through the morning. Windy, especially for exposed coasts in the north and west.
Now, after any early heavy rain has cleared, a drier second half of the morning across Northern Ireland with some bright or sunny spells. Feeling warmer than yesterday.
Further showers will affect many parts of England, Wales and Scotland this afternoon, some turning heavy and thundery. And that is how the weather is shaping up for you this Sunday.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GBNews.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It's 7:36. Very good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne and a very squeaky chair.
Yes, we keep meaning to bring in the WD-40, don't we?
I always forget.
Aidan McGee's here. He's got a squeaky chair as well.
I have indeed. How are you, all right?
Yeah,
we're
all right.
fine, yeah.
How are you? What did you go to yesterday?
I went to Brentford, actually, to watch... I didn't go to watch Leeds, but my friend very kindly invited me to Brentford against Leeds. Yeah. Just down the road, actually, one of our local teams, and so I thought it was a good thing to do. I was quite a bit tired on the way there, but I had a little sleep in the taxi. But, yeah, we had a really good day. But, yeah, I was caught in the eye of the storm with all this VAR controversy.
Yeah.
You have to explain that to me. What's going on? What are they saying?
Well, 3 years ago, Anne, the football brought in the video assistant referees. So we already had goal line technology. Now, that's simple because it's a yes or no answer, and you can find out within 15 seconds, and the fans know where they stand with it. So VAR is different. It opens up a world of other decisions which can be scrutinised. Now, the referees were happy with it because it meant that the game has got so fast that sometimes you have to make a quick snap decision, and often you get it wrong. It's just impossible for them to catch up with the game. So you have a video assistant referee based in Stockley Park over near our old friends at Sky, and somebody sits in there during the game. The referee can refer decisions to the VAR. The VAR may even, by an earpiece, say to them, look, you might need to look at that decision because I think you might have got it wrong. Oh. If they look at it, and if VAR look at it and think the referee needs to have a look at it again, they will advise the referee to go to the monitor inside the ground and then check it out. The problem is, yesterday there were controversies everywhere. The actual technology is not that sophisticated. It's just the rerunning of clips.
Yeah,
nobody invented anything to make it different. But I was sitting in the stadium at Brentford yesterday. It took about 7 minutes for a decision to be arrived at. Now,
which is immensely frustrating for the fans.
If you're sitting at home, you can actually see what the referee can see. There are replays, and you can actually make a judgment. Oh, is the referee going to think the same as me? The time passes quickly. If I'm sitting in the ground, it's bad enough for the person next to me who has to sit next to me talking, sit and just enjoy my company. But for 7 minutes, when there's no football going on, it's even worse. So it reminds me of back in the mid-20th century when the first commercial elevators were launched on the east coast of America. Now, the main criticism of these elevators were that they were too slow. But that's where the technology was at. They couldn't go any quicker. So the inventors put in the distributors put in some mirrors. Suddenly nobody moaned about the pace of the elevator anymore.
Because they had something to look at.
They could check themselves out, yes, exactly. So this is the same thing. I would have been far more enthused yesterday. I didn't need mirrors, but I could have done with sitting in a stadium, a brand new stadium which opened 2 years ago, which has the technology to show me everything that's going on. Instead, it just had a blank screen saying we're checking for a possible offside. And I don't think it's going to kill it as a spectator sport, but we don't like delays in football. It's not the same as the NFL. It's not the same as rugby, where you do get delays. Rugby's and cricket's technology is far more sophisticated than what football's got at the moment. But the frustration, Anne, is that this was introduced 3 years ago. You had lockdown where there's no fans in the ground, where they could actually streamline it. They could actually iron out the problems they'd had with it. It hasn't been done. I mean, you're getting delays in the ground, and you're getting managers getting frustrated with the decisions of the VAR. And it's no wonder. I was at Norwich 3 years ago, and it took 7 minutes to arrive at a decision. I had to commentate through that. Now, it's very difficult when you've got nothing, you can't see anything. So, and the
Why don't
the
they
fans
just show you it? Why don't they just put it on the monitor?
I think, well, their argument is that not every ground in the Premier League has a big screen to see it. I think I'm right in saying only Man United and Liverpool, which sounds incredible, are the two grounds that don't have a big screen. They're two of the richest clubs in the league. So they can remedy that. That can be done. But I remember at Norwich, at Carrow Road, 3 years ago, I was commentating on Norwich against Sheffield United, and the home fans, who were set to benefit from this decision, by the way. It was in their interest that the decision was being looked at, but they were saying, is this football anymore?
Right.
And we haven't... Well, the point is, listen, that was very early days. Now we haven't moved on from that 3 years on, and I think it's a sad indictment of the game, sadly.
Yeah. Can we have a quick look at... Because we were talking a lot about the Merseyside derby yesterday. 0-0.
Yeah, I know it was 0-0, but, that was good progress for Everton. They had a decent, let's say decent transfer. They got some business done eventually. Liverpool, they're a little bit inconsistent at the moment. I mean, 1 minute they're losing at Man United. They beat Bournemouth 9-0. They have a massive scrap against Newcastle. Then they go to a Goodison yesterday, get a 0-0 draw. But once again, a VAR controversy in there as well. Connor Cody thought he'd scored the winner, the former Liverpool player, thought he'd scored the winner for Everton, but it was chalked off. Again, at Chelsea, we had a similar problem. West Ham equalised last minute. The VAR decides there's a foul in the build-up, and it just didn't look like a foul at all. And this is the thing: technology doesn't iron out these problems. It's down to someone looking at the decision in Stockley Park. The decision may be taken away from the ground, which is controversial in itself, but it still relies on humans getting these decisions right. Technology has not proved the answer. It's not magic.
No.
It's not a magic wand.
Well, look, Aidan, a little taster of sport, though, but you're going to be back later on.
Oh, absolutely.
For a full 20 minutes, half an hour or so. We're going to get plenty in with you and Stephanie, aren't we?
I better jam up my knowledge.
Oh,
And the tennis, I want to know how we're doing in the US.
Oh, we're doing well. There's a lot to talk about there, Anne.
Excellent. Well, we've got lots
Thank
more to
you.
come to, including all the newspapers next.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel, And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"7:43 morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne, your hosts with the most."
Ooh.
I don't know.
Should we go through the papers now? Joining us this morning, Emma Wolfe and Kevin Woodford. Lovely to see you again. Emma, kick us off with the energy crisis.
More on the energy crisis. Sorry about this. So this is in the Telegraph. Young workers head back to the office to cut their energy bills. So we've heard loads about working from home during the pandemic, and is it more productive, or is it actually just sitting at home skiving in your boxer shorts kind of thing, doing the laundry? But apparently now younger workers are saying that they will be keen to go back to the office in order to cut their energy bills. They really worried about putting on the heating, having the heating on during the working week. And they will prefer to go back to the office, frankly, and have their heating and their lighting covered by their employers, at least for part of the week.
Well, I mean, look, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
Really ironic, though, in a way, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, there they have been saying, I want to work from home, I want to work from home. And what sends them back to the office? It's literally the cold and not being able to afford the heat.
Yeah, and actually it does make sense from a sort of collective point of view that you have a building that is, you know, well, your office is covering the costs and that there are lots of people in one. But I think people are really worried, and I think that sitting, you know, in cold homes trying to work, or people wearing heated blankets or whatever, that kind of thing, is going to be a real problem this winter. You know, it's not easy to run. And, you know, you're working from home, you're running your laptops, your computers, you're charging everything, you're keeping the heating going. I also think there's an issue about isolation and loneliness and people not collaborating and all of that. So whether it's more productive or not to work from home is, you know, still up for debate.
I think it'll be interesting when people actually get back to the office, and then after, you know, once they've got through the winter, they'll be like, actually, I don't want to work from home again. Because you do get a bit like that.
Get back into that culture.
I dreaded, when I was working from home, I sort of dreaded going back. But actually, once you're back, you think, no, this is better, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot to be said for it, isn't there, really? It's the whole social interaction thing. It's really important as well, I think.
We are social animals, aren't we?
We are, really.
I think it'll end up probably being the hybrid model where most people don't go into offices on a Friday, you know, where people do check in and actually have meetings maybe a couple of days a week and warm up. And then go back.
And free up some office space and turn it into housing. Wouldn't that be a good idea?
Do you know, I think my builder was working from home when I had the extension done.
Come on, you've been practising that one.
Yes, you have.
I'll tell you one way to keep warm is to improve our dating. What's the Sunday Times saying, Kevin, about this 168-year-old book of love? It's not the one I'm thinking of, is it?
No, it's not.
Oh, good.
No, that's
Thank
one of the
heavens for
pictures in you're thinking of. No, it's not that one.
Oh, right.
But I've never, well, thankfully I've been married for many, many years, and so I don't need a dating app. I'm sure you don't either. But Tinder and things like that are, I'm sure, very, very popular. But there's no need for them anymore because there's a man, you'll excuse me, but there's a man, and his name is Willie Daly.
Willie Daly?
That's right, Willie Daly. Yes,
Okay.
That's his name. That's
a
not
mantra.
That's not an instruction. That's his name. And those looking for love, they need to go to a little place in County Clare, because every year for 5 weekends, he holds this very sort of very, very love-catching period where he has a book which is 168 years old, handwritten, held together with shoelaces, and he's a matchmaker, is Willie Daly.
But what's in the book?
What's in the book is advice on how to actually find true love.
So he does workshops
He sits at a bar called the Matchmaker Bar, right, every year for 5 weekends. Somewhere in the region of 60,000 people searching for partners, love, romance, turn up for this particular event. 60,000 over the 5 weekends. And he sits with them and he advises them on how to find love.
Does he charge them?
It doesn't say whether he charges them, and I don't know the answer to that.
If you don't, Willie, you should.
Willie should.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But he's very successful.
I was going to say, what's his success
absolutely.
rate?
Very, very good. He reckons that he's been doing it over 50 years, and during the 50 years, he claims responsibility for over 3,000 marriages, not just relationships, but marriages. So he's a very successful guy. And all he does, he basically sits at the bar, people come in, he has the book, he talks to them about their needs and their likes and their dislikes, and he works his way through the 168 pages of this handwritten book. Right?
But who wrote the original book, then?
It's a mystery.
Wow.
The whole thing is a mystery. It wasn't Willie.
No, he's
because
not that
it's
old.
168 years old, and Willie's only been doing it for 50 years. But it's been handed down in Ireland. It's a bit like... It's the Blarney, isn't it, really? It's the Kissing Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
But
though.
you know,
We'll have to get him on the programme.
We should do.
Well, he'd be fat. He looks a real character as well. You know, big beard. I think he'd be fantastic on the show, really. But it's got to replace the dating apps. I just don't get my head around this whole dating app thing.
Well, a lot of people say they find love on the dating apps.
I'm sure they
but
do.
I'm always a bit sceptical.
It's probably a lovely way of getting to know people.
Oh.
I just wish I was a bit younger and perhaps I'd have a look at it. Although I'd be more
Well, so
interested
how
in
long
going
have
to
you
see
been
Willie.
married?
I've been married for... Why did you ask me that?
He doesn't know the
A
answer.
very long time.
A long time. You're not supposed to ask
Is
questions.
Mrs. W watching?
She will be watching.
Right, you're
I'll
in
be
so
deep
much trouble.
now when I go home.
Well, she'll put you right, won't she?
Yeah.
will.
Well, you see, so you didn't...
52 years.
52?
Yeah.
Oh, so you've had your golden. Fantastic.
Wow.
You see, so you've nothing to worry about, Kevin.
Have I not?
No.
So I don't need a dating app. I don't need to go
You
see
definitely
Willie
don't
Daly.
need a dating app. No, you don't need to go and
Keep
see
away
Willie.
from Willie Daly.
Now, let's move on to a word that I mentioned about an hour ago, didn't I? Christmas. Because the cost of Christmas, obviously, we're all thinking it's going to be expensive this year.
Yeah.
But people are buying their trees now.
Yeah, so Christmas tree sales are soaring in John Lewis, but also across other retailers.
So artificial Christmas trees.
Artificial Christmas
Let's hope so.
So artificial Christmas tree sales are up 400% on the same time last year. So it's quite significant, this.
Now?
Right now.
People are buying
so
now?
early in September. This is because people are really worried about energy prices, about rising prices, about inflation. And what they're doing is they're trying to spread the cost.
Yeah.
So apparently they buy the tree now, buy the presents on Black Friday, whenever that is. That's November.
I don't know.
I think that's early November anyway. And there's a real sense as well that this could be the first sort of normal Christmas after a couple of years of lockdown, COVID Christmases and all those restrictions. But mostly it's that consumers are really worried about not being able to afford it all when they get to Christmas. People like Sainsbury's and Selfridges and lots of other retailers are also saying Christmas cakes, decorations, hampers are really starting to sell now.
Now?
We've got nearly 4 months to go until Christmas, so this is a bit frightening.
I tell you
People
what,
like me that do it on December the 23rd.
I think you know what we should all aim for smaller Christmases. I mean, I'm not saying a smaller tree or whatever. Get your tree and all, but smaller gifts. Scale down the gifts. It's about the sentiment and the thought, isn't it? Not about the value of a gift.
I think people are going to have to probably this year really retrench and maybe have those smaller Christmases and also gather all in one room. The entire family, extended families in one room to keep warm.
Yeah. I was going to paint the Christmas tree on the wall. I saw this lovely design, where you could actually get a stencil to do it if you don't trust yourself, but you actually paint it on the wall, and then you outline it with Christmas tree lights. And of course, lights are very low energy using nowadays, Christmas lights. And then you could just put your presents underneath.
That's a great idea.
Tree on the wall.
But I said, what happens after Christmas?
You paint over it again, bit of emulsion.
Oh no, no.
Or you leave it up all year, which is what I usually do with Christmas trees anyway. Oh well, don't then. Don't look up, Kevin. Don't look up.
Don't look up. No, don't look up.
I don't know if you've seen the movie.
I have. I mean, there's a couple of others, aren't there? There's Don't Look Up, there's Armageddon, and of course there's Deep Impact.
So this is all about the idea that there could be an asteroid winging its way towards Earth.
Yeah, I think
what do we do about it?
Yeah, what do we do about it? Well, NASA have got the answer. They've created a $330 million robot spacecraft, which on the 27th of September in the early morning, it's about to crash into an asteroid. The purpose being for the space engineers to see whether or not they can actually prevent an asteroid hitting Earth. And we did have one. There was an asteroid hit Earth I mean, many, many years ago, something like 66 million years ago, which was 10 kilometers wide, allegedly. And it hit Mexico. It destroyed something like 75% of all plants, animals, and land-based
Is that what caused the Gulf of Mexico?
Apparently, that's what they say.
Yeah.
So there is a serious element to this. The incredible thing about this is that this is not going to be easy, and I know you love all your space stuff,
yes.
Stephen, so I'm sure you know this. But the particular asteroid they're aiming at is only 160 meters in diameter, which is small. The spacecraft which is travelling at it and to crash into it is travelling at 4 miles a second, and it has to hit right smack in the centre of the asteroid to actually take it off course.
It's important to know whether or not we can do it, isn't it? It really
very much
is.
so. No, for the future, I think it is actually very much so.
Yeah.
And it always fascinates me that there's that much stuff up there. That stuff isn't crashing into each other up there. There's that many.
There's a lot of space up there.
There's a lot of space.
Very big.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so.
Not a lot of people knew.
No, I'm all for NASA actually, really getting this right.
The other thing that worries me about this one, which is obviously a very long way away that they're testing it out on, is obviously they can alter its orbit. Let's hope it's not this particular asteroid that they then put it on a collision course with Earth.
Oh, don't say that.
That'd be a problem. 4 miles a second is interesting though, because that's the speed that the space shuttle flew at when it was in orbit. 4 miles a second.
Really?
Yeah, it's phenomenal speed.
It is, isn't it?
It's incredible.
Yeah, love it. Emma, Serena Williams. Tears as she went?
Tears, but happy tears. I thought it'd be nice to have a feel-good story of this doom and gloom and asteroids hitting us and all sorts. She did lose in the third round of the US Open yesterday as her sort of swan song, but it was happy tears, and she looks absolutely radiant across the papers. She was wearing a stunning black tennis outfit. She crashed out of the US Open, and it's her kind of, not her retirement. She's talking about evolution. She's talking about having another child at the age of 40. And I just think Serena's done so much. I know this isn't the sports slot, but she's done so much for women's tennis, but for sport in general, and been a real figurehead.
And even fashion.
Fashion as well. But also, she's one of those people that challenges, that stands up, that speaks her mind, but hasn't done it in a kind of abrasive way. There's something quite gentle and lovely about her. And it feels happy. It feels like a happy retirement rather than... Even though she didn't end on a glorious victory. Right? Yeah. Maybe a Boris Johnson, she may be back. Who knows?
Well, so a happy retirement. I mean, it's because she's achieved just about everything.
39 Grand Slams. Yeah, she nearly broke that record. But again, she didn't quite break that record. But it doesn't seem to have sort of marred her.
But if she were playing in an exhibition match, wouldn't you turn up to watch her?
Absolutely.
You really would.
No,
that would be a golden ticket.
Yeah.
Kevin, tell us about the strange fruit that took root in the heatwave.
Well, I think what's happened, Dan, is that because of the heat wave, whereas in our country we grow cucumbers and we grow cabbages and we grow carrots, essentially what's happening is that a lot of gardeners now are ditching those and they're growing much more, exotic stuff. And for example, there's a guy in South London that has grown. He has a 12-foot avocado tree, and it's absolutely completely packed with avocados.
In London?
In London. There's a chap in Ipswich, he's a window cleaner, so he's not a professional gardener, and he's got this sort of plethora of a massive bumper crop of watermelons, pineapples, aubergines. Absolutely, pineapples, aubergines, because of the weather. It's incredible. I mean, so we have got this huge change. I mean, our basic things like roses are struggling because of the weather conditions. I mean, we lived in Spain for a long while, and we planted a very, very small fig tree, which we bought from the market in Marbella. Within 3 years, this fig tree was enormous, with a bounty of fruit. Now, that's something that we're going to see here now. I think if we see that, if climate change as it is, if we're going to get this sort of weather, we are going to see a change in what gardeners are growing, and that's exciting. I mean, to actually see pineapples growing in the UK, bananas and all the rest of it, it's going to be fantastic.
Peppers. They're so colourful. If you grow peppers, you can grow them just in a box on the windowsill or whatever.
Chilies I grow at home.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
Indoor or out?
Indoor.
Indoor.
Indoor chilies, yeah. It's great. It's great. And because they're so tasty and fresh.
Yeah, put peppers in your flower borders, I say.
Yeah.
They look lovely,
really,
don't they? They're really good. I love the idea
colours.
of vegetables and flowers growing together.
Yes.
I just think, and herbs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. It really sort of enriches the whole.
Can I get you on a sort of from the ground to the plate slot, Kevin, is coming away, I think.
Oh, I think so. That'd be lovely.
Look, we're out of time. Been good to see you both this morning. You've left me desperate for a fig roll after all of that, Kevin.
Pineapple.
Oh, there you go.
I wondered what you were going to say.
We've got the headlines coming up in a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A new PM will finally be appointed tomorrow after months of waiting.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday, the 4th of September. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Of course, we're live across the whole of the UK, across the world, actually. We're on your TV, on your radio, online, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you can take us with you today.
So here are the top news stories you need to know about this morning. Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak will be named as Britain's new Prime Minister tomorrow. The current Foreign Secretary is still leading the race to take over number 10 from Boris Johnson.
But there's going to be a change of tradition. The new PM, whoever that may be, is going to be appointed by the Queen at Balmoral and not Buckingham Palace.
Large areas of the southwest coast have been placed under avian flu restrictions to stop the spread of the disease. The new strain of the virus is highly contagious, and concern is growing that it could soon cross to other animals and possibly local residents.
And the Prince's royal feud continues after William and Harry reportedly made no plans to see each other despite being only 1 mile apart in Windsor. Harry and Meghan currently in the UK for a charity tour which will see them head from Manchester over to Germany.
And as always, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing us, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Oh, a bit of controversy from Linda this morning. Morning to you, Linda. It's lovely to see you both. Thank you. Lovely to have you with us. Without wishing to sound awful, I don't think the government should bail out the hospitality industry this time round. We were talking about the nighttime economy a little bit earlier on this morning, saying they're really struggling with the fuel bills now. It's really threatening to put people out of business. The energy companies should help them, but enough is enough. Hospitality is a luxury when everyone's struggling, not a necessity. It's a terrible thing to say, but a lot of businesses will go under, not only hospitality. We're in for a dreadful winter and the government cannot save everybody, unfortunately.
The trouble is the the nighttime industry, the hospitality industry, isn't just there for us who go along to enjoy it. It's there for the workers who work in it and for the business owners who've invested in it and are just seeing their businesses collapse.
Yeah.
It's a really difficult one, though.
It's a difficult one, but I totally get where you're coming from, Linda. I mean, there's going to have to be, with our new PM and new Chancellor, whoever it is, they've got to prioritise, haven't they? And they've got to, prioritise those people at the bottom end of the financial spectrum first and foremost, and then perhaps businesses, and then perhaps the better off.
Well, Sarah has emailed in, for instance. She says, I run a pub in a village, and my electricity bill has gone from £12,000 a year to £54,000 a year. That's a 450% increase. This is unsustainable, and we don't have weeks to decide. We have only days left, and we're actually talking to bankruptcy advisors tomorrow. Not only are we struggling, but so are our customers. So sales are down, so it's a double whammy. This closure would put 12 people out of work and leave my husband and myself homeless, and the village with no pub. And it's the heart of village life.
Yeah.
That is just
it's
horrible.
Awful, isn't it? I mean, the energy cap, I don't see why Ofgem can't bring in a price cap for businesses. I don't really understand why that would be a
Well, it
huge
hasn't.
problem.
The incoming Prime Minister got to do something like that.
Yeah, you would think so. Look, I mean, that's all very depressing, so let's cheer ourselves up. What do you do to sort of just get yourself a bit cheered up in the morning and try and put all these worries behind you, even if only for an hour or two? Tanya says, today we're taking our 2.5-year-old little minx, Pepper, to a fun day dog show hosted by the rescue centre's Central German Shepherd Rescue, who rescued her and her 5 brothers and sisters. It's going to be a great opportunity for all 6 to see each other again. It's at Pinchbeck in Spalding.
I wonder if they'll recognise each other.
Oh, I don't know. That'd be interesting to see. Depends how old they are.
Sibling doggies. Well, Pepper is 2.5. So
Oh, yeah.
presumably, but how long have they been apart from each other? We don't know. But wow. Oh, yes, tell us, maybe next weekend.
That'll be nice.
Or tomorrow. How did it go? Did the dogs recognise each other?
Spalding, is that in Bedfordshire?
Lincolnshire.
Lincolnshire. There you go, very nice. John says, I've been getting out the wrong side of bed for 34 years, but as they say, happy wife, happy life.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's true.
Lindsay from Derbyshire says, I love my early mornings. Switch GBNews on, have a look at the Daily Mail online, make breakfast, do ironing. Love it. Have a good day.
Joanne says, good morning, just watching you all this morning, and can I say, what a brilliant show. You always make me smile. That's important.
Yeah.
But today, even more, listening to your guru, we were talking earlier to Josh Saltzman, who's sort of health and fitness and mind well-being guru, and he's going to be on next weekend as well. She said, your guru was uplifting, and he's completely right. I get up every morning and dance to 70s and 80s music for half an hour every weekday, and then I'm ready for the world.
Oh, yeah.
Dancing around the kitchen, I always think it really does lift you.
Yeah, I do like, I have to say, I do like it. Well, I don't dance so much, but I do like to sing.
Yeah.
Sing along. It's all about home delivery. Kevin was saying in the papers in the first hour, I think it was, about a lot of these home delivery apps are failing now. They're just, they're running out of business, basically. Deb says home delivery is a lifeline for the disabled. Well, yeah, that's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Anne says some of us don't have cars and can't get out to town supermarkets. Local shops are lacking, so we need to have heavy shopping delivered. Yeah, I think part of the problem with the shopping stuff is not the heavy stuff and the bulky stuff. It's the fresh fruit and veg, which Kevin was saying is slightly problematic. I think where people are struggling because obviously if they're gonna work through and get rid of the stuff that's going to go off sooner, aren't they?
I don't know, it's the takeaway apps that fascinate me. And they're absolutely no use to me where I live at all, because we just don't get that service. But when I go and visit my son, who's in London, and he says, what should we have? And he goes on one of these apps, and within 10 or 12 minutes,
really?
It's there. Yeah, freshly cooked, beautiful, still piping hot.
Really?
Yeah, I know, it's just wonderful.
See, that's the thing I can't get my head around. If you're going to order something,
you don't live where
hot.
there's probably that sort of service, takeaway service.
No, we can get pizzas.
Yeah.
See, pizza.
Yeah, no, I can get pizzas, but they're stone cold by the time they get to me.
are they?
Yeah. But in London, if you're in certain parts of London, I'm sure it's true of some of our other big metropolitan cities, you can go on one of these apps and have something delivered within minutes, straight to your door.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? All sorts of different types of food.
Yeah. I mean, all sorts. If you wanted, for instance, like I quite fancy now, a smashed avocado on toast, a little bit of lemon juice. And
you could get that delivered?
Like that.
That weird.
Wonderful.
I don't know if I fancy it. I tell you what I do fancy. This is a little secret confession. I like procedural dramas, like the cop shows.
Yes.
Right? Especially the American ones, got to be honest. And there's a place open near me, a noodle bar. And I'm not a big fan of noodles and things. I mean, it's not really my thing. But they do them in those boxes.
Yeah.
And you know when you see the detectives...
Like American boxes.
Yeah. And the detectives on the show, always when they're working through a case, and very late at night, they always have those boxes of noodles and the chopsticks and all that. And I really want to do it.
Yes.
I've not done it yet, but I just think, I'd love to just sit there and be working through a problem.
Well, you should.
With noodles and chopsticks.
I bet you it's really nice.
Yeah, so I might do that one of the
I
days.
love those American packagings. We don't often get them here, do we? We get our takeaways in sort of plastic boxes or something. But, no, they always look rather cool in those...
They do, don't they? Yeah. And they always dish out a spring roll or something, and then all that sort of thing. So it's me living my little dream about being a New York cop or something like that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Oh, acknowledge it. I thought about being a police officer.
You did? Seriously?
Yeah.
How long ago?
Oh, well, when I was like doing my A-levels and things, I thought it was either going to be a police officer or a doctor, a medical doctor. And in the end, I ended up doing this. But no, a police officer. I quite like being a detective. Yeah, quite appeals to me. Though, of course, the reality of what that job is probably nothing like I was seeing it.
No. Well, you were obviously watching it on the telly.
Watching it on the telly. Yeah. There you go. Anyway, that's my little dream, which never came to pass. But there you go. Happy doing what I'm doing. I would only have met you then if I'd arrested you.
Oh, thanks. Yes. And you probably would have.
You never know. You never know. Get in touch with your thoughts this morning, of course. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Now, Britain's new Prime Minister will finally be announced tomorrow.
Yeah, who's it going to be, Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss? Well, one of them is going to be walking through the doors of number 10 before travelling to Balmoral Castle to be formally appointed by the Queen on Tuesday.
Yeah, let's find out what the very latest thoughts are on this and talk to the political editor of the Express Online, David Maddox. Hello there, David. Hi. You looking forward to tomorrow at last?
I tell you what, I'm so happy it's almost over. It feels like this leadership contest has been going on forever and ever. I took 20 days off during the summer, and I came back and it seemed to have nothing to have changed. So anyway, we'll know tomorrow finally who's going to be the next Prime Minister.
We need to get the ball rolling, don't we? Because I think most people watching and listening will be the same as you and just thinking, well, this is just nothing has changed throughout August. We've heard the same arguments repeated time and time again. Now, let's get on with something.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I think this is the problem of the delay. I mean, we've seen this crisis growing over the summer, particularly on the energy bills. I mean, I was listening to earlier to what that lady who owns a pub was saying about her energy bills on your show, and it's amazing, and people have been wondering why the government is doing nothing, and of course, essentially, we've had a government that can't do anything about it, and all this time we've had the Conservative Party navel-gazing about about themselves, and it's about time, as you say, that they have to get on with the job now and stop this kind of chitter-chatter between themselves and actually start addressing the needs of the country.
I mean, I wonder if they can. Your front page lead on the Sunday Express there says, Boris says, stop fighting and back the new Prime Minister. But do you think they actually can reunite? Because this has been pretty horrible, the way they've been blue on blue, as they call it. They've been tearing strips out of each other. You wonder if any of these characters could sit around a cabinet table and actually get anything done.
Well, I mean, we've had Rishi Sunak describing Liz Truss's policies as immoral. We've had Liz Truss saying that, Rishi Sunak was essentially useless as Chancellor and achieved nothing whilst he was in 11 Downing Street. And yes, you're right. I mean, what they've done is handed Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats a whole load of lines to attack them at the next election and haven't really taken things forward. So, they've got to get on with it. They've got to get on with the job. Boris is actually right there. I mean, I was getting briefings at the end of last week that there could be yet another coup because they wouldn't like whoever the new leader was. And, you know, the idea that we're just going through a kind of trail of prime ministers because the Conservative Party can't make up its mind is ridiculous.
What do you expect to happen then in terms of cabinet? Because in that sense, it's going to have to be, well, not a cabinet of national unity, but certainly a cabinet of party unity, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't look that way from the briefings everybody's getting. I think Tim Shipman's got quite an accurate list in the Sunday Times today. It looks like, I mean, Liz Truss is obviously the favourite to win, but it looks like she's going very much for the kind of Boris loyalists and the right of the party, and she's essentially freezing the Rishi Sunak supporters out. And let's remember, Rishi Sunak actually got more MPs supporting him than she did. So, you know, it doesn't look like she's going for a unity cabinet. We haven't heard anything about what a Rishi Sunak cabinet would look like, perhaps because he doesn't expect to win. But, you know, it doesn't bode well, really, for party unity.
I mean, what's the gossip on him? Has he said what he's going to do? Is he going to lurk in the background and be a constant thorn in the next Prime Minister's side? Or is he going to go back to doing a lot of writing? Is he planning a resurgence?
Boris, this is.
Boris.
Yeah, I mean, the gossip is that he and his supporters are looking for a comeback in about 2 years' time. So if everything goes wrong, I mean, it's not over for him. I think it's very much within his reach to come back in politics, if you know, even as Prime Minister, actually. But I wouldn't be surprised in the short term if he heads over to America. We've got some polling that we'll be putting a story up online soon about actually how popular he is out there. When asked about alternative presidents, if you want one of the current foreign leaders as president, he easily tops the poll. He has twice as much as a second place, which is Emmanuel Macron. So, you know, maybe a tour of America is the option for it.
Well, it's interesting because he could actually become president of the United States, couldn't he? He was born over there, so legally he's got the right, hasn't he?
He has, yes. He would have to get some residency right there, but yes, he certainly has the right. He was born in New York. He's actually only the second British Prime Minister to be born outside the British Isles. So he was, but yes, he certainly could be president.
No, yes.
Oh, well, he could certainly ask Rishi Sunak how to get a green card, couldn't he?
Absolutely, yes. And he could make quite a lot of money on the speaking circuit in America. I mean, that's how Tony Blair started to make his fortune after his premiership. Mind you, he was in office an awful lot longer than Boris.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff, isn't it, David? It's going to be a very busy week.
It really is, yeah, it really is. After a relatively quiet summer, we're all gearing up and ready to go.
Oh, yeah, if you get any more interesting gossip, please tell us. Pass it on.
David, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. We're running through some of those political headlines, and as we were just saying, the Prime Minister is urging the Tory party to back the next Prime Minister wholeheartedly, whoever it is. In the Sunday Express, he praised the abilities of both candidates and said it was time to put the national interest first.
Now, this is fascinating. From tomorrow, smoking within 15 metres of a hospital will be illegal in Scotland. Those who break that rule could receive a £50 penalty or be fined up to £1,000 if the case goes to court.
Liz Truss says she will use her first week as PM to set out immediate action on energy bills if she wins tomorrow. In the Sunday Telegraph, she said she'd appoint a council of economic advisors to guide her.
And the launch of the Artemis moon rocket could now be delayed for more than a month. Well, they're saying in NASA that it's probably going to be at the end of this month. The US Space Agency was unable to fix a hydrogen leak in time for liftoff yesterday, and that was the second failed attempt because there had been problems earlier too.
Now, a severe strain of bird flu is spreading across the country, infecting a higher number of birds than ever before. An avian influenza prevention zone has already been declared across the southwest of England, as experts warn there's a very real risk of the virus being passed on to humans.
Well, our southwest of England reporter Jeff Moody sent us this fascinating report.
It began with a dead gannet. A fisherman on the Isles of Scilly called the Wildlife Trust, raising the alert. Within days, that dead bird had been joined by 40 more, and it became clear this was an outbreak.
And so that for us is when we said, OK, we need to work with the authorities now and step things up and really try to break the species barrier, which means that this infection can jump between bird species onto dogs or humans, and really try our hardest in the partnership out here to collect these carcasses and get them tested.
The tests have come back positive, not just on the Isles of Scilly. It's believed 22 million birds could be infected, twice the usual number. The UK's Deputy Chief Veterinary Officer has declared an avian influenza prevention zone across Devon, Cornwall and parts of Somerset to try and mitigate the risk of further outbreaks. Bird owners in the southwest must now follow strict biosecurity measures to protect their flocks, including disinfecting all clothing that's come into contact with birds, restricting the movement of people who work with birds, thoroughly cleaning bird housing regularly, and keeping infected birds and their feed and water away from all other birds.
It's also about pet owners. We've got a lot of dog owners on the Isles of Scilly, and obviously when these are our beloved companion animals, people are very worried what that might look like. From my point of view, it's my team. It's sending them out to pick up these carcasses with the concern that they could, in theory, contract bird flu. We know that this has come out of East Asia. We know it's been around for a couple of years. We know that this is a very strong strain that can affect people. And so that to us is a concern.
The Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs is keen to point out the risk to the public is very low. If you cook chicken thoroughly, there should be no problem. But this strain, H5N1, is particularly aggressive, and the advice remains, if you see a dead bird, don't touch it, report it. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Oh, let's hope there isn't
It's
a
a worry,
real
isn't it?
resurgence of that.
Yeah.
It's the last thing people need.
I was fascinated by an earlier headline about smoking. The fact that in Scotland now, it is illegal to smoke within 15 metres of a hospital building. I mean, 15 metres isn't very far. But you know how you can go to hospitals and you see people outside smoking like crazy, just outside the door. In fact, you have to walk through smokers to get in. And that does seem extraordinary, doesn't it? But 15 metres, maybe they'll just create smoking places.
Smoking places,
15 metres away.
Is that my thought with that is who's going to police it?
Yeah.
Who's going to police it? Yeah, but I mean,
you'd have to have a policeman on.
Yeah, you have a policeman
standby.
wandering around hospitals looking for people smoking with a tape measure. It just seems a bit of a petty. To me, it seems a bit petty.
The best way of all, surely, is to do what a lot of buildings do, which is put a little bus stop area or something 15 metres away, that actually is a place for smokers that's got ashtrays and everything in it, so that there's no litter as well.
Yeah, make them just a bit nicer.
Yes, I think that surely that's the best way to get smokers away from the doorways. But I understand why they're doing it, I suppose. But whether it'll work.
Jill, morning Jill, who's in Southport. Ooh, like Southport. Morning, Stephen and Anne. I read a few months ago something about GB News presenter Stephen Dixon. Oh, I wonder what that was.
Yes.
I really missed you when you left your other channel. Yeah, didn't know where you'd gone. When I came here, you see. I upgraded. I'd never heard of GB News, but thought I'd give it a go and couldn't believe my luck when you were working with one of my favourite ladies, Anne.
Oh.
Needless to say, GB News is our favourite channel. We never turn it off, and both of you are the reason I get up about 6 o'clock every weekend.
Oh.
Well, that's very
brilliant.
kind. Thank you.
Oh, Evelyn from Dorset, thank you for getting in touch. She said, I saw the tail end of your story regarding kinder transport. I'm not sure if we're going to play it again, are we? I think
we are.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I think we are.
My late father was one of those children.
Oh.
He was of half Jewish descent, Jewish father and Christian mother. His brother and sister had been taken into slave labour by the Nazis. His mother managed to get him on the kinder transport. He was sent to a girls' boarding school near, I believe, Exeter, with not a word of English. Long story short, he eventually joined the British Army, met my mother, who's a Jewish refugee from Vienna, and married. My father became a head chef. His legacy now is 2 children, 5 grandchildren, and 13 great-grandchildren. Safe, happy, and eternally proud of our history.
Oh, that's remarkable.
Isn't that a lovely story?
It is a lovely... I mean, and it is remarkable. Sometimes I think we don't talk about the war enough, because I think the longer away it becomes, further away in history, the more particularly young people don't have any understanding, really, of what went on. And that's why throughout, I mean, you'll have done it and many times, I've done it many times, talking to survivors from Auschwitz and Birkenau and things. And that, I find, is just the most powerful thing when you talk to people who were there and survived.
You've got to learn from history, haven't you? You've
got to learn from it.
Yeah.
And I just think it's such a privilege to talk to those people.
Here's another one, Here's another one. Look.
Go on.
Jane says, doesn't it make you realise how lucky we are in this country and in this day and age when you listen to the terrible hardships of all those children being shipped off to the UK to escape the Nazis, never to see their parents again in many cases? Yes, we are going through hard times in this country, what with the cost of living and fuel bills, but we will get through this and we will learn from this, as we did with COVID. I love your programme and the way you both get on so well together and bring in the news in an upbeat manner and with some humour too. Many other channels are all doom and gloom and just like the sound of their own voices.
No comment.
But I quite agree. She's saying exactly what you were saying. Sometimes you need a reminder.
I'll tell you what struck me. It's from years and years ago. Do you remember the Jerry Springer show?
Yes.
When that was all a huge thing. And I remember Jerry used to have his final thought at the end.
Yeah.
And one of them was, because sometimes they were a bit glib, but one of them was about his dad, who was Jewish and must have come over during that period of time, so that even when his dad was like a really old man, living in America, he still had in the garage an old truck that he made sure worked and was fuelled and had supplies in the back, because he couldn't get out of his head that at some point they may have to run.
Oh.
That's Jerry Springer's dad.
Yeah.
And when watching that, I was only a teenager or whatever, and I thought, lummin' heck. You know, that's a reality these people never forget. That fear's never left him. We've got to be so grateful for where we are, but we get that by looking at the past.
Or even looking at the present. You look towards Ukraine, as President Zelensky is making news this morning, because he's actually said, look, I know you're going through hard times, but maybe this is the price we all have to pay for the freedom, and the freedom to try and avoid World War III.
So one thing, my brother, in his best man speech at the wedding, actually broke down in tears, just saying we just need to look how grateful, how grateful must we all be to be here enjoying this when all this is going on in the world.
Thought for the day.
Oh, isn't it just how I feel myself?
Yeah, I know. Well, we've got lots more to come for you, including all the gossip about what the royals have been up to lately, so do hang around, please. Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking mostly cloudy with rain or showers affecting northern and western regions at times. Let's look at the details then.
Well, a wet morning for southwest England, especially Devon and Cornwall. Band of heavy rain and showers pushing northeastwards.
It'll be drier further east, though generally rather cloudy. It'll be a mostly dry morning with some bright spells for southeast England, though there may be the odd shower around Reading and Oxford.
It's been an unsettled start to the day across Wales, so there will be a drier period around midday before further showers develop.
Mostly dry at first across the Midlands, though a band of showers will move in from the west around midday. These will be mostly light in nature, but there may be some heavier bursts.
A wet and cloudy morning for much of northeast England, although drier further south. Showers that may be heavy at times will continue to move in from the west during the morning.
And it'll be an unsettled start to Sunday across Scotland, with bands of heavy rain moving northeastwards through the morning. Windy, especially for exposed coasts in the north and west.
Now, after any early heavy rain has cleared, a drier second half of the morning across Northern Ireland with some bright or sunny spells. Feeling warmer than yesterday.
Further showers will affect many parts of England, Wales and Scotland this afternoon, some turning heavy and thundery. And that is how the weather is shaping up for you this Sunday.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Oh, it's just a few seconds away from being 8:30. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
There's a lot of royal news around today, including palace insiders telling one newspaper, I was just trying to find it again, palace insiders telling one newspaper that the Queen is becoming very upset about the feud between her two grandsons, William and Harry, and particularly upset that every time she opens a newspaper or hears the gossip, that it's Harry again trying to stick it to the royal family. And she's worried all the time about what's coming next. Anyway, as far as we know, the two young princes, well, they're not young, I suppose, young anymore, are they?
Oh.
I always think of
Youngish.
William and Harry, yeah. Well, they're not seeing each other, despite, apparently now, staying very, very near to each other in Windsor.
Yeah, Harry and Meghan are in the country right now, apparently, ahead of that charity tour they're undertaking across Northern Europe.
Well, joining us now for all the insight into what's going on is former Palace spokesperson Dickie Arbiter. And a very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. I mean, do you think the Queen would be getting more and more upset about this? Because we still don't know what's coming in Harry's memoirs. And every time Meghan seems to give an interview to anybody, it's yet another sort of barb at the palace and what it was like for her as a part of the royal family. Do you think the Queen really would be concerned?
I think she would be concerned. It's an unfortunate scenario we're living in. Since they walked out 2 years ago, or just over 2 years ago, they walked out because they wanted privacy, they wanted away from the media. And since then, they've done nothing but feed the media with all sorts of stories, and you wonder where they're coming from. I suppose it's protecting brand or developing brand Sussex, but it really is developing brand Sussex at the expense of the other royals. And the Queen at 96 shouldn't be having to face this sort of animosity from two people across the Atlantic who really are only concerned about themselves and nothing else.
That may be true of Meghan, perhaps, but sure, you've got to think, surely Harry, who always seemed to have a good relationship with the Queen, I mean, they did little video skits and all sorts together, surely he must be aware of what's going on and the effect it's having on her.
Yeah, well, usually in marriages, one one is stronger than the other, and no prizes guessing for who's stronger and who's leading this onslaught. Sometimes it's Harry saying things, probably prompted by Mrs. Sussex, but most of the time it's Meghan. She gave that interview to the magazine. She's done 2 podcasts. What's coming up next? We really don't know. We just have to wait and see.
Any other family, if you had a family matriarch, a granny, or great-granny actually, of 96, you'd try and keep the news, that sort of business, away from them, wouldn't you? But you can't with the Queen. She sees it as her job to know what's going on, doesn't she?
Well, she does want to know what's going on, but you would hope that the rest of the family would play ball with the Queen. You know, memories are very short. When Harry and Meghan walked out, they pledged everything that they do will be up to the Queen's values. Well, so far they've done nothing up to the Queen's values. They've done everything to besmirch the monarchy, besmirch the family, besmirch the institution, and the institution is the Queen. And, you know, where do we go from here? There is no stopping them. They've got so-called advisors in the States. The only people who are making money out of them are their security, their advisors, their PR people, and their lawyers. But quite frankly, how much longer is this going to go along? How much longer can the Queen take any of this?
And what do you make of William in all of this? Do you think he's just run out of patience now?
I think it's a matter of running out of patience and very sorry that it has come to this. And he's sorry for his father. His father's, you know, really being hammered left, right and centre. Every time there is always something about his father, Harry's father. And William will be upset for him. I think he's become slightly immune, or as immune as you can be. He's got his own family. He's got his role in life as an heir in waiting. He's got his children, and he's getting on with the job, and he's doing a very good job at that. He's going off to New York, 21st of September, as part of his Earthshot Prize, getting together with Michael Bloomberg. It's also the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, so there'll be a lot of world leaders there as well, probably all jostling for a pump of the royal flesh. And then he's back again in Boston for the finals in December. So he's getting on with his work, but you've got this black cloud hanging over the family, and it is so unnecessary. And there are no prizes for guessing who is instrumental in all this.
Yeah, and the Queen just doesn't need it at the moment. She's 96, she's getting increasingly frail, and I don't think she needs the worry, does she? And it's so unfair that she probably is very stressed out by it.
She wouldn't need this sort of aggro at 66 or at 46 or at 26. You just do not need this sort of aggro when two people push off, say they're going to uphold the values of the sovereign, and do the exact opposite. And they're continuing to do it, and there doesn't seem to be any end in sight.
No, there doesn't as yet. Dickie, good to talk to you.
Yes,
thank you very much indeed. I always think it's fascinating when you talk to people like Dickie, who they know how it works,
yes,
right? And the fact that his patience has run out.
Yes, yeah.
I think that says a lot. I've said this over the last few days, actually. I've tried to be sort of, in my own view, patient with it and understanding of it all. But enough is enough.
It really is, isn't it? I just don't like to think of the Queen at 96. She's got enough on her plate, really. And I know she's, the Queen, and she's been looked after very well, but at 96 you do worry about your children, don't you? And your children's children. And you'd like everybody to be happy.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I don't think she's going to get any respite from that at the moment.
I cannot understand them. I just can't.
Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. We've got lots heading your way, including all the papers and then the showbiz with Steph.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
8:38 morning to you. Let's crack on with the papers, should we? We've got our two-star panellists with us today, Emma Wolfe and Kevin Woodford. Good to see you both this morning. Emma, you've done this every hour.
I know.
Sadly, we can't get away from it, can we? The energy crisis. You've got the Sunday Express.
But this is a different take on it, and it's a different take on your lovely royal family story that we've just had with Dickie Arbiter.
Yeah.
So there's been lots of royal family chat this week with Harry and Meghan, now in the UK apparently. But this is an energy story with a difference. The heat is on for the royal family, according to the Express. Apparently their energy bills, we're all worried about our bills, the energy bills are going to go up by £2 million.
They're going up by £2 million?
By £2 million. So that their entire, the Queen's bill is going to be, her lecky is going to be around £4.5 million. I shouldn't laugh.
Wow!
This is for places like, this is a total for Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, St James's Palace, Holyrood, Balmoral, Sandringham, Hillsborough Castle, Clarence House and Frogmore Cottage.
Oh, it's a bargain then.
Well, you would throw Frogmore Cottage in there.
No.
No, Frogmore's Harry and Meghan's place. They can pay for their own heating.
It's included in that, so maybe she's helping out, I don't know, maybe she's subsidising. It is included in the list.
But not Adelaide House, which is at William and Kate's place.
Yes.
Oh.
So they're paying their own.
Interestingly, Buckingham Palace is the one which is the most expensive to heat. It has 775 rooms. I had no idea there was that many. That's a lot of rooms.
Isn't it?
You've probably both been there.
I bet they're really badly insulated as well.
I bet they're really
all
big
of these
and
castles and places.
Also, if she's at Balmoral half the time, you would have thought that maybe that they would sort of shut down. I don't know. And 77 square metres of floor space, which is obviously a lot of underfloor heating, and also a swimming pool. It's the most expensive royal residence to run.
Buckingham Palace, that is.
Yeah, Buckingham Palace.
Oh, Buckingham Palace has got a swimming pool.
Yeah, it's got a swimming pool. 775 rooms.
Wow, there you go. Well, you have to turn the lights off, Your Majesty.
I wonder who uses the swimming pool. I mean, nobody really lives there. The Queen doesn't like living there very much. I can't imagine she uses the swimming pool anymore. If
It's got a lot of staff working there.
Yeah, but a swimming pool shouldn't be there for the staff, should it?
Probably put in 100 years ago or something there. You never know. I don't know. Might have a dip sometime if I ever get invited
I'd love to go for a swim at
I mustn't have swimming pool envy.
No. Have you got a swimming pool, Kevin?
No, I haven't. No. Should I have one?
Yeah.
Should I?
Oh, yes. Then I'd come round.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're being entirely selfish. I bet they're expensive to run, though.
Yeah.
There you go. Talking of royal stuff, Kevin.
Let's keep it royal.
The Crown.
I love The Crown. I love it. Honestly, I just love it. I have
Do you love the more recent series, though, where they're actually going into characters that we know and you've probably met?
Yeah, I yes to both of those comments. Yes, I love it. I just think it's a
Are you
great
entirely
piece
sure
of
it's
drama.
accurate?
No, I'm not, but I don't care.
Okay.
Because I just think
Just
it's a
enjoy
great,
it.
it's a good drama. You know, and it just, it sort of, it just grabs me. Well, we're on series 6 now, right? And what is lovely, and I love this as well, because what often happens with dramas is that you get an actor playing a role, and you've seen that actor in many, many other series. You know, unless he's a really stunning actor, he's a bit hard. It's a bit difficult to sort of follow him and believe in him. But they've got 2 novices for this, which is great.
Playing
William and Kate. So they've got a girl called Meg Bellamy. Her real name is Meg Smith. She's 19 years old, and she's a novice. And William is played by another.
I mean, novice, or is she an unknown? I mean, is she?
She's done bits and pieces, Emma, but there's nothing that you would recognise her for.
So in a way, that's more credible, isn't it?
Absolutely, I think so. Now, I think this particular one's going to be a really interesting Crown, because, you know, we're getting to a stage now where, as you say, we know a lot of the stories that have happened. So, you know, they're going to be maybe closer to the truth than perhaps some of the other ones. But following on from that, the interesting thing for me is the fact that the real ones, William and Kate, are at the stage, I think, where they're going to take America by storm. They're heading to the States very, very soon.
21st, yeah.
Absolutely. And I think our little sort of, you know, twinkle toe, the toddler in the tiara, I think she's going to be pushed off the pedestal by Kate. I think they're going to be blown away by Kate. And I think William, at the moment, apparently Harry is still very popular because the Americans...
Because of the Diana connection.
Totally because of that, Anne. Totally because of that. But I think once they get their head around what William is about, I think the Americans are going to start... I mean, they're already going off our little Ginger and they are
apparently.
Well, I mean, they're going to be they love the idea of royalty in the States, don't we? So they're actually having someone over there who is going, you know, they're going to be king and queen at some point.
Completely.
That's what's going to wow them.
And you know, Stephen, that whole royalty thing, I know when I filmed in the States, which I've done, thankfully, or luckily, many, many times, everybody that comes up to you, including crew, say, you know, you must know the Queen.
Yes, that's right.
You know, absolutely. I mean, like, you know,
or they say, "Oh, we love your Queen."
We love your little Queen.
That's right. But Kate is so unbelievably stunning and so good at her job as well. How could she fail to wow them?
She's fabulous.
She looks amazing anytime she turns out.
Fabulous.
They've got 3 absolutely adorable children, and they're very clearly a greatly matched couple.
A lovely family.
And yes, exactly. And I think the Americans will absolutely love them.
I'm sure that they will.
Yeah. Talking of important women.
We
have an important woman who's in the Sunday Telegraph.
Absolutely.
Who has won the award for, in effect, Man Cave of the Year.
Man Cave of the Year. Shed of the Year. We don't need to call it a man cave. This is a silly story, I'm afraid. I'm getting silly now. This is a woman, Kelly Hayworth, a mum of 4 from Bury in Lancashire, has won Shed of the Year. It's actually budget Shed of the Year, but good on her. She built this shed from 15 old doors, her neighbour's unwanted decking and some old wooden pallets. It cost her less than £200 to build the whole thing, and it's her little haven. It has a compost loo at the back for one of her kids. She's got 4 kids. And she goes in there for baking, for growing winter veg and for curling up with a book.
For doing her thing.
And doing her thing.
Yeah.
It's just a sanctuary.
We're going to be meeting her.
I crave.
We're going to be meeting her a bit later on in the programme.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's coming onto the programme.
Amazing.
I don't like the idea of baking in the same place you've got a compost loo.
No.
And the winter veg could get a bit stinky.
Well, you can ask her about it.
We'll ask her about it.
But I do understand the need for your own little place.
Do you?
Don't you?
Have you got a shed?
No, but I've got a bedroom upstairs that is it's got the big sewing table for when I want to do some sewing or craft or whatever, where I build me model railways and everything. That's my cave.
You build?
I build model railway. I know, I'm really nerdy. Weird.
Seriously?
But yeah, but it's my cave.
It's the idea of having a place where you can go and close the door and potter and not be bothered.
My son and his girlfriend are buying a house, and I said, we've been looking around houses, and I said to her particularly, you've got to have a place that will be your room, where you can do all your stuff, because he's looking for a place already with a garage that he will make his place. I think it's really important to have your own space. Don't you? Have you not got a cave?
No, I haven't, no. I might have to get one.
I think so.
I'll be buying a shed at this rate.
Have you got a shed or a room?
How do you get a space of your own with a 2-year-old? Who wants to open every single door? Because you really need a place where you can sit on the floor and hold your head in your hands sometimes and just go, take a deep breath. I want a shed, or maybe I'll build a little cave on the balcony.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, or just lock the door when you go out the
chilly.
balcony. We're all right.
It's called playpens, isn't it? You know, buy a playpen.
Oh, no, he's
and then
climbing
you go
over
in
those now.
Yeah.
I love
You could sit in it.
Fancy a cruise, Kevin?
Yeah, I love cruising. I adore cruising. And apparently, it's the answer to the energy crisis. Just thought I'd throw a quick energy crisis in because we've not heard of it. Have we this particular show? Well, because if you're very, very, very clever and you do a little bit of research, there are some great deals to be had whereby you can go away for sort of 2 or 3 weeks and you can spend less on a cruise than you would at home, allegedly, right? Because there's some fantastic, seriously, some really great deals. Think about it. No heating, no shopping, no food, right? Lots of company, no hot water to worry about because everything is provided for you. And they are.
So you could shut your house down.
You can completely shut. They just keep the radiators ticking over lightly, but everything else gets shut down, and you have nothing else to do for 2 or 3 weeks. There are, and I do cruise a bit. I do a little bit of work for some of the cruise companies. There are certain people that will shut down for the whole of the winter, seriously, and they will cruise.
They do a
for 3
3-month
months.
cruise, don't
3-month cruise. You know,
and it's, in effect, with where the energy bills are, it's not going to cost them anymore.
Correct.
It might be cheaper, but I think your mental health might suffer.
Well, it depends.
What, being on a cruise?
Well, I think a cruise would be lovely for a couple of weeks, but it might drive you mad being on a cruise ship with the same people for 2 or 3 months, or with a group.
Oh, I don't know.
That would,
Emma, you know, it's
and the
funny.
endless all-day buffets and
No,
the terrible
it's not
entertainment
like,
and all of that.
No,
honestly,
they're not
it's
like that anymore.
It's not like,
No.
seriously, they're like 5-star hotels, like boutique hotels. We have done so many 4-weekers out to the Caribbean and the States and all the rest of it. And I thought initially when they said to me, would you do a 4-weeker? Because I've done 2-weekers for them. They said, would you do a 4-weeker? And I've said, no, I don't want to do that. And my wife said, come on, let's just do it. It'll be a giggle. Fantastic. Because you can just shut yourself away completely. It's fabulous. So the whole concept, and I understand exactly
and you
where
forget,
you're
you're calling into different places all the time. There's always something to see.
Fabulous.
And very often there's a turnover of guests on board.
There are.
So there's always new people to meet if you want to, but you don't have to.
Absolutely.
And I have to say that the level of entertainment is unbelievably
You've seen my show. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I've never done it, but I live in hope. Lovely. We're out of time. Emma, Kevin, thank you very much indeed. It's been really good to see you both this morning. Let's very quickly whip you through some headlines this morning. British troops have joined cold weather exercises in northern Finland. Finnish and Swedish armed forces there as well. The Defence Secretary said exercise Vigilant Knife, as it's called, was an invaluable opportunity for UK personnel to develop their experience of fighting in cold weather conditions.
The launch of the Artemis 1 moon rocket could now be delayed for up to a month, NASA officials are saying. The US Space Agency was unable to fix a hydrogen leak in time for liftoff yesterday, and of course that was the second failed attempt because they had faulty temperature sensors apparently behind the first cancellation.
Unite, the union, is warning that tens of thousands of workers could strike in the coming months over pay. It's the second largest trade union with 1.2 million members working across transport, construction, manufacturing and logistics.
And a man who stole a small plane and then threatened to crash it into a Walmart in Mississippi has been charged with grand larceny and making terrorist threats. Tupelo police say Corey Wayne Patterson took the twin-engine plane and then flew around in circles for hours before eventually landing in a field.
Now it's time for all that fascinating showbiz news. And Stephanie Tetchy, a vision in pink this morning.
Yes, I am. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm feeling fabulous.
Good. Well, Victoria Beckham may not be feeling fabulous.
No.
What's going on?
So this story has been bubbling quite a bit in the newspapers. They're not letting go of it, and she's not addressing the rumours. So apparently she's had a fallout with her daughter-in-law, Nicola Peltz, who married her son, Brooklyn, in May.
So Brooklyn is her son, and his new wife is a multimillionaire anyway.
Yes, she is. She's very wealthy. She comes from her dad's an oil tycoon, so she comes from a lot of money anyway. So when they got married in May, apparently, you know, Victoria does designing, so apparently it was going to be suggested that Nicola wears one of her mother-in-law's designs, but she opted for a Valentino dress. And in an interview, she said, yeah, I did want to wear it, but Victoria didn't have the right stuff ready from her ateliers, so I've decided to go with Valentino. And then in the newspapers as well, it's come out that how Victoria apparently hijacked the first song that was supposed to be between Brooklyn and Nicola, and she ended up having a son and mother moment, which didn't go well with Nicola yet.
Do you know, I don't blame the bride if that's true.
Yeah, and then also...
So sort of Victoria Beckham tried to make it all about her?
Yes, she tried to be the centre of attention. So it was like Mark Antony was performing, he'd done a speech, but he made it all about Victoria Beckham, singing her praises. So then he was supposed to be really introducing Brooklyn and Nicola, and that didn't happen. But these are according to sources in the newspapers.
Yes.
And then they've also done a Vogue shoot, and Victoria...
Who has? The young couple?
Brooklyn and Nicola done a Vogue shoot for Hong Kong Vogue, and Victoria shared the image and she only congratulated Brooklyn. So obviously the newspapers are having a field day at the moment saying, why didn't she mention Nicola? And so there's a lot of tension in that family.
Oh, that's a shame.
I know. But you know, it's like when you're getting married, you know you're marrying into the family as well. But again, I thought like Victoria, because she was so happy to have Harper as a daughter, I thought she would really embrace Nicola as a daughter-in-law.
But even if she doesn't, and one hopes that she did or will, but you don't try and take over the wedding, do you? Away from the bride. You never eclipse the bride.
I'm sure most of our viewers can relate to the, you know, pushy mother-in-law, the mother-in-law that gets involved a bit too much, because obviously Brooklyn's her first son, but it doesn't mean it's right. But more than anything, I thought Victoria would have responded to all these claims, because when the newspapers are having a muck with these kind of things, shut down the rumours and say this is not true. And she hasn't. So that's what's adding more fuel to the fire of this story.
Yeah. Now, you know we like astronauts.
Yes, we do.
We do. What about a masked dancer astronaut?
Can you explain to me what the masked dancer is? Because I don't know.
Oh, my gosh. Yesterday was such a good night for TV, because not only did we have The Voice on ITV, we had the masked dancers. So usually there's the masked singer where they wear all these costumes and they're singing and you have to guess who it is. Celebrity. Yeah. Now we have the masked dancers. So now there's celebrities, 13 new celebrities who are wearing different outfits, including the astronaut, the pillow, the candle, prawn cocktail, all these fabulous costumes. But last night we saw the first contestant to reveal who they were, and it was Jess Matcliffe. He was dressed as an astronaut, but he was axed. He's from Desperate Housewives. Yeah. But it was quite entertaining. It's going to be on air for the next few weeks. Watch it. It's hilarious.
So every week you get a different dancer and you have to guess who it is.
You've got a bunch of dancers, and then the judges will include Jonathan Ross, Obi Matusi. They're going to eliminate one, but they give clues on who's under the mask and who's under the outfits. It's quite fun. And then the audience are like, take it off. But
it's gotten to the point where I don't know half of these names anyway.
No, it's a bit like that.
If I bumped into them, I wouldn't know
I'm a Celebrity, I never know who they are.
Sometimes they really do get randoms, and you'd be like, oh, I know him or I know her, but it's always people you haven't heard of for a while.
But it's a great idea. Fun anyway, isn't it?
We're almost out of time. Just very quickly, the Foo Fighters tribute
Oh, my
last
gosh. Rock royalty was in Wembley last night. Foo Fighters, obviously, they lost Taylor Hawkins in March, sadly.
So last night was this big tribute concert.
Big tribute concert. Everyone from Paul McCartney, Queen, Nirvana, Liam Gallagher, everybody was in Wembley last night performing in this 6-hour show, and it was all a dedication to Taylor, and it's impressive.
Isn't that impressive that all of those huge names turned out?
Well, that's how much he was loved by the industry, the music industry, and it was 6 hours. It was on YouTube last night.
6 hours long?
6 hours streaming, and it was worth the show.
Oh,
it was
fantastic. Stephanie, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go so far, though, because you're back for a great big chunk of showbiz news later on.
I am. Thank you.
Look forward to that.
We've got lots coming up, including how to feed your dog on a budget, and we're going to meet that lady who won Shed of the Year. Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking mostly cloudy with rain or showers affecting northern and western regions at times. Let's look at the details then.
Well, a wet morning for southwest England, especially Devon and Cornwall. Band of heavy rain and showers pushing northeastwards.
It'll be drier further east, though generally rather cloudy. It'll be a mostly dry morning with some bright spells for southeast England, though there may be the odd shower around Reading and Oxford.
It's been an unsettled start to the day across Wales, so there will be a drier period around midday before further showers develop.
Mostly dry at first across the Midlands, though a band of showers will move in from the west around midday. These will be mostly light in nature, but there may be some heavier bursts.
A wet and cloudy morning for much of northeast England, although drier further south. Showers that may be heavy at times will continue to move in from the west during the morning.
And it'll be an unsettled start to Sunday across Scotland, with bands of heavy rain moving northeastwards through the morning. Windy, especially for exposed coasts in the north and west.
Now, after any early heavy rain has cleared, a drier second half of the morning across Northern Ireland with some bright or sunny spells. Feeling warmer than yesterday.
Further showers will affect many parts of England, Wales and Scotland this afternoon, some turning heavy and thundery. And that is how the weather is shaping up for you.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A new Prime Minister will finally be announced tomorrow after months of waiting.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 4th of September, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK, on your TV, online, on your radio, so whatever you're up to today, you don't have to miss a thing.
Here are the news stories you should know about today. Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak. Well, it's their last day not knowing, isn't it? They're going to be, one of them anyway, will be named as Britain's new Prime Minister tomorrow. The current Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, is still leading the race, apparently, to take over from Boris Johnson.
There is going to be a change of tradition, though, because whoever the new Prime Minister is, they'll be appointed by the Queen at Balmoral and not Buckingham Palace.
Large areas of southwest England have been placed under avian flu restrictions to try and stop the spread of the disease. The new strain of the virus is highly contagious, and concern is growing that it could soon cross to other animals and even local residents.
It's been another action-packed day in the Premier League. Thousands of fans, though, were feeling a bit miffed. Cheers turned to uproar after several controversial refereeing decisions. We'll get all the reaction and all the detail on that with Aidan McGee coming up. And Stephanie's got all the showbiz as well for you.
And as ever, of course, you can still join in any of our discussions. Do email us, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Talking about cheering yourself up, Mike in Midhurst did that. He recently recovered from cancer. Morning, Mike. So as a present to myself, I bought a 1951, same age as Mike, Austin A40 Sports, and I only have to open the garage door and I'm at peace with the world.
Isn't that nice?
That is that. And you actually, if you've got the money to give yourself a little bit of a treat after going through something like that, you do right.
Yeah.
Good on you.
I think that's a very, really good one. Occasionally in life, there's nothing wrong with actually buying yourself a treat.
Little treat, yeah, it's not a bad thing. Oh, Dorothy from Derbyshire, morning to you, Dorothy. Hi, both. Tomorrow is going to be a big day for the country. Well, it is. It's going to be, you know, lots of changes, but even bigger for me because I'll be 72. So happy birthday for tomorrow, Dorothy. Born in 1950 in the far, far north of Scotland, now living in Derbyshire. I've lived through it all. The country needs to get a grip. You feel cold? Go up to Caithness midwinter. Well, yeah, I can imagine it. But there you go. So have a lovely day. I'll be on tomorrow morning, actually, so drop us in. If you remind us, we'll give you another mention tomorrow.
Yeah, it's funny because she goes on, education in Scotland used to be world class. I despair of it now. I thought education in Scotland was still probably one of the best. Is it not?
No, I don't know.
No credit cards there, she says. No ringing up for a multiple choice of food to be delivered. In fact, no phone. One TV channel. No ITV up there then. But let's look forward and hope our youngsters start to see the world as it really is. I love the programme and both of you. That's nice, thank you.
I think a lot of people need to... It's that just stopping and appreciating what we've got.
Yes. I think when you read the piece that President Zelensky has written in today's press, I think you're probably reminded of that.
It's interesting, isn't it? You see the headline saying, you know, the energy crisis is the price you pay for, you know, the Ukraine war. You know, but it's a price worth paying. And you sort of see the headline, you think, ooh, and then actually the penny drops.
He's basically saying it's the price you've got to pay if we want to avoid World War III. And I can imagine in his situation right next to Russia and fighting as they're having to fight and losing so many lives, you probably really do feel that World War III is round the corner if we don't do something. And also, do you wonder, he must fear that he's lost a friend in losing Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
And he must worry about whether he's going to get the same level of support.
I wonder if that's what Boris Johnson is going to do now.
What, become an envoy of some sort?
Become some sort of envoy, because I noticed even when he was giving his final major speech on Thursday morning, I think it was, wasn't it? And he had, I'd not seen it before, he may have won it before, but it was a Union flag and Ukrainian flag.
I noticed that. Joint badge. Yes. Yes.
And I thought, oh, that's interesting. He's really sort of got hold of that as a...
It would be a very good thing for him to do, frankly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
I think hanging around, an old Prime Minister hanging around and being a thorn in the side of the present Prime Minister never is a good look.
No.
But if you still want to be relevant and maybe even plan a comeback at some point, you need a very big role, don't you? And something like a foreign envoy to look after Ukraine or our interests in supporting Ukraine, that would be a very interesting appointment, wouldn't it?
It would. It would be a win-win for him, actually. Maybe that's on the cards. Maybe Liz Truss, if she wins, will do... I mean, I can't see Rishi doing it. Maybe Liz Truss would.
Yeah. I hope she shows that level of imagination.
Yeah. It'd be great, wouldn't it? Would be great. Well, I'll tell you what was interesting. We saw in the papers... showed me in the back about all this stuff about Noddy Holder's giving an interview.
Oh, yes, we were talking to his wife Susan yesterday because she was reviewing the newspaper.
And I just find it fascinating because obviously we talk a lot when she's here. We talk a lot about Noddy.
Yeah, there we go.
But we, you know, I mean, I've never met him. You
probably have not? Oh, I have many times. Yeah, he's lovely.
But they've got this incredible. I don't know what paper it is. It's Sunday Telegraph. But they've got a picture of him from back in the day.
70s.
Didn't they look awful?
Yeah, everybody looked awful in the 70s, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was not a decade for a particularly stylish look.
No, it's all that long hair and...
but it was the long whiskers as well.
Oh, yeah.
Never liked that. But hasn't he done well?
Hasn't he done well?
And they ask him point blank here, how much money do you make from Merry Christmas, Everybody? And Noddy says, you can't evaluate it because it's used in TV shows, adverts, all sort. It sold 1 million just in the UK when it came out in 1973, in the weeks before Christmas, and it's been a steady stream of income ever since.
Well, good on him.
So he says quite a lot of money, actually.
Good on him. Actually, because we asked Susan yesterday, didn't we?
She said she didn't know.
Didn't know.
No. But isn't, you know, the movie About a Boy, is it?
Oh, right.
Where Hugh Grant plays somebody who wrote a Christmas song and makes money from it and doesn't have to do anything else the rest of his life.
Oh, is that what the storyline is?
Yeah. He's a
I've seen
musician
it,
who
but-
wrote a Christmas song.
Oh, right.
And it keeps him, so he doesn't actually have to do anything the rest of his life. So he lives a sort of life of, not doing much at all and being a bit lazy, and then forms a relationship with a little boy, and suddenly the world comes to light.
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
Oh, oh, there
Good
you
movie.
go.
Good
There you
feel-good
go.
movie.
Interesting. 1973. It's before I was. That was the Christmas before I was born.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I was born in March '74.
And it's played in supermarkets ever since.
Ever since.
Isn't it?
So it's been in my
Can't
brain
get away
since
from
before
it.
I was born.
Yeah. My goodness. It's been earning him money all that time.
Oh, yeah. Loving it, Noddy.
Ka-ching every year.
I think you've always a pint, Noddy. There you go. I'm going to meet him one of these. I'm going to get to bring him in. Be great.
Yeah.
Look, on to our main news this morning, because if you didn't know, blimey, you should do by now. Britain's new Prime Minister will be announced tomorrow following the counting of the Conservative Party leadership vote.
Yeah, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss will find out which of them is going to take over from Boris Johnson. The announcement should be, we're expecting, at 12:30 tomorrow. And then they'll have to travel up to Balmoral to be formally appointed by the Queen on Tuesday.
Well, we asked the political editor of Express Online, David Maddox, what he thought of the contest.
20 days off during the summer, and I came back and it seemed to have nothing to have changed. So, yeah, anyway, we'll know tomorrow finally who's going to be the next Prime Minister.
We need to get the ball rolling, don't we? Because I think most people watching and listening will be the same as you and just thinking, well, this is just nothing has changed throughout August. We've heard the same arguments repeated time and time again. Now let's get on with something.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I think this is the problem of the delay. I mean, we've seen this crisis growing over the summer, particularly on the energy bills. I mean, I was listening to earlier to what that lady who owns a pub was saying about her energy bills on your show, and it's amazing, and people have been wondering why the government is doing nothing, and of course, essentially, we've had a government that can't do anything about it, and all this time we've had the Conservative Party navel-gazing about about themselves, and it's about time, as you say, that they have to get on with the job now and stop this kind of chitter-chatter between themselves and actually start addressing the needs of the country.
I mean, I wonder if they can. Your front page lead on the Sunday Express there says, Boris says, stop fighting and back the new Prime Minister. But do you think they actually can reunite? Because this has been pretty horrible, the way they've been blue on blue, as they call it. They've been tearing strips out of each other. You wonder if any of these characters could sit around a cabinet table and actually get anything done.
Well, I mean, we've had Rishi Sunak describing Liz Truss's policies as immoral. We've had Liz Truss saying that, Rishi Sunak was essentially useless as Chancellor and achieved nothing whilst he was in 11 Downing Street. And yes, you're right. I mean, what they've done is handed Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats a whole load of lines to attack them at the next election and haven't really taken things forward. So, they've got to get on with it. They've got to get on with the job. Boris is actually right there. I mean, I was getting briefings at the end of last week that there could be yet another coup because they wouldn't like whoever the new leader was. And, the idea that we're just going through a kind of trail of prime ministers because the Conservative Party can't make up its mind is ridiculous.
What do you expect to happen then in terms of cabinet? Because in that sense, it's going to have to be, well, not a cabinet of national unity, but certainly a cabinet of party unity, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't look that way from the briefings everybody's getting. I think Tim Shipman's got quite an accurate list in the Sunday Times today. It looks like, Liz Truss is obviously the favourite to win, but it looks like she's going very much for the kind of Boris loyalists and the right of the party, and she's essentially freezing the Rishi Sunak supporters out. And let's remember, Rishi Sunak actually got more MPs supporting him than she did. So, it doesn't look like she's going for a unity cabinet. We haven't heard anything about what a Rishi Sunak cabinet would look like, perhaps because he doesn't expect to win. but it doesn't bode well really for party unity.
Well, we shall see.
Well, you're going to be here tomorrow, aren't you?
Yes.
So you'll be
talking
you
about
still
this
won't know.
Still won't know.
Until
no.
12:30.
No. But, there you go. We shall just have to wait
We were
and
talking
see.
about how peculiar it's going to be because it's going to be at the... not the
QE2.
O2, the QE2.
QE2.
That's it, yeah, the QE2, which is a big conference centre in Parliament Square, basically. And that's when the announcement will be made in front of both candidates.
Yeah.
So all cameras will be on both candidates. So the one who doesn't make it is going to have to very politely clap and smile, like people who don't quite win an Oscar.
It's the stuff of nightmares.
It is, actually. And then there'll be a press scrum for an interview, which, of course, they won't give. There's no way, if Liz Truss is the winner, she could give an interview until she is actually meets the Queen.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it? I was a bit like that when we were at the Trick Awards and Eamon won presenter.
Did you have to do the polite smile?
Because it was me and him, we're up for it and a couple of others, and you do have to... don't get me wrong, I was pleased for him. I was pleased
and
for him.
Pleased for the channel.
And pleased for the channel. It was great for us. And you do sort of think, well, if I'm going to get beaten by anyone, Eamon, been in the business a long time. But it's... but you do sort of think, you can't help but feel a little bit... Well, it wasn't me.
But you clapped and smiled.
Clapped and smiled. I was happy for him, and he let me hold the award.
Oh, nice.
So there you go. But it's you can't always pretend you're absolutely delighted when somebody else wins, because that's just not true, is it? But there you go.
No, because you would like to have won.
Yeah.
Next year.
Next year, you never know. Now, for the second time in a week, NASA's Artemis 1 rocket launch was cancelled.
Yeah, it was so sad because we were both on the edge of our seats, weren't we? It was set to blast off on Saturday evening. Was that last night? Yeah. What day is it? But NASA's Mission Directorate said they decided not to go ahead with the mission because there was another leak.
Yeah, so the agency's saying they are not where they wanted to be. Well, that's one way of putting it, isn't it? So the launch, they're clearly going to take their time to get this all sorted out now, make sure it's absolutely sorted out. So it's looking to be end of September, maybe even the beginning of October.
Yeah, and we'll be on the edge of our seat then. Space expert Andy Lowndes joins us now. Hello there, Andy. You too disappointed like us?
Good to be with you again.
Hi. You disappointed like us that it hasn't actually happened yet?
I am. You're always disappointed when the launch doesn't go ahead, but you understand the reasons why. And this is a complicated piece of engineering. And space science and rocket science isn't easy. It's very, very difficult. If it wasn't difficult, then everybody would be doing it very simply. And therefore, it is disappointing. But at least they're going to go through the stages to get it right, which is the whole point of this particular launch.
This is a test mission. It's all about getting man back on the moon, isn't it? So there's no room for mistakes here.
There's no room for mistakes, and that's why you do these tests. I mean, we were unfortunate last Monday where something that went wrong was actually not getting the temperature right on the engines on the main central core, and that was simply at the end it turned to be a faulty sensor of all things, something they didn't actually test during the test program because they'd had a hydrogen leak. And then this particular time, it's a different type of hydrogen leak. There was an increasing pressure on the 8-inch diameter pipe that was feeding liquid hydrogen to the rocket, and that popped a seal, which you really do need, and it was leaking hydrogen, and they were trying to therefore adjust it to see if they get the seal to rework, and it just didn't do it. And so therefore it means changing now the seal out. So it's a trip back to the vehicle assembly building, change the seal out, get it checked properly, and go through the whole process again. And of course it means they've lost their launch window for this month until later in the month, because you've got 2 weeks usually in every 4 where you've got a launch window to get to the moon. But that's the nature. Sadly, that's the nature of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of people who aren't into space things wonder why the countdown takes so long. And the countdown is because every single minute they're testing something and making sure everything's right, aren't they? This is why they do it this way.
That's right. You have your full checklist, and when the countdown starts, during that process of the countdown, lots of things have to be done before the next thing on the list to do it, and that's vital. And if they miss one of those, you can't launch. You've got to get that right. And so therefore there's a long countdown to do it, and it's a step-by-step approach on a piece of engineering like this to get actually done right. In many ways, it's like you two guys running your breakfast show, really. You're the people at the front there. You've already gone through a checklist of what you want to talk about during the day and get it into order that you want. Your very talented technicians behind the scenes are trying to get everything into place to do it right. And then, of course, you've got your control facility there, manning it and operating it to make sure everything runs into sequence to get it right. And that's how it is with a rocket launch like this. Everything has to be done carefully. So you have a very long countdown launch until the very last moment, of course, where everything cuts in. And just before the launch, we're down to a minute before the launch. The launch director is checking with all the engineers who are responsible for every piece of equipment on the rocket. Are we go or no go? Watch Apollo 13 again. The same process that was used on Apollo 13 to launch Saturn V is still done with these rockets, where they check a go, no go with all the engineers. And only one of them has to say no go, and they have to stop that countdown.
Yeah. Fascinating. You were talking about the hydrogen fuel line on that. I can't remember off the top of my head the figures, but when I was at NASA and looking at the final shuttle to go up, and they were saying it was something in the region of 20 tonnes of fuel per second were being pushed through the engines. I mean, it's just unbelievable figures, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you've got just under 540,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen here and 198,000 gallons of liquid oxygen on this vehicle. And you've got to make sure that gets right. And remember, this is a cryogenic fuel. The liquid hydrogen's at minus 253 degrees centigrade. The oxygen's at minus 183 degrees centigrade. So these cryogenic fuels, very cold, and they have an effect on the materials that they're pumping through. And a lot of people don't really understand the seriousness and the difficulty of doing that. And there's a spin-off here for us down here on Earth, really, with this, because we want to use hydrogen fuel in our cars, and we want to use hydrogen fuel to fuel things. And that is using the same types of technology of fueling systems of cryogenic fuels. And that's really important. So the technology here will filter straight back down to technology down here. And America are the best at this, it must be said. But it was an extra bit of pressure that went through the system, which the seal wasn't aligned for, which actually popped. And they need to know why that extra pressure went through. That could be a problem that they need to make sure they solve and doesn't happen again.
I tell you what, Andy, I love talking to you because you know your onions. We'll book you back on when all this is kicking off in a few weeks.
When
we
the next
want you back on.
Please come.
I love talking to you guys because, as you know, I'm in Birmingham, and Anna's a legend in Birmingham, of course, as we all know. So it's quite fantastic. And of course, we have plenty of props and things. I mean, we have the rocket here as well. So you've got plenty of props we can play with as well if you want. So you can see the rear end where the problems actually occurred down here in these central sections here.
Lovely. Nothing worse than a problem at the rear end, Andy. That's what they always say. Really good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, I must say it's quite a compliment to be compared to NASA.
Yes, I thought that. Yeah. Well, there were a couple of astronauts.
What they don't know is that, all this finely tuned things. Sometimes we just go. They don't do that at NASA. Lives would be lost.
They do, and things have to work. Beth says, morning, Beth. My nan wants to know, what are the flowers on the news desk today? The answer is plastic.
Yeah.
I think
they're IKEA. They're a very well-known plant called IKEA.
Oh, they are, yeah.
They're Fejka.
2135.
Just in case you want.
There you go. The idea of keeping plants alive in here would be impossible.
Really would.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Plastic flowers, but never mind.
Now, I was talking about this with our makeup lady today, is that how much do you feed your dog and how expensive it can be? Because my dog is a little fluffy thing and she doesn't eat very much. But, you have to pay for dog food, don't you? But our lovely makeup lady's got a much bigger dog. It seems to eat 10 times that. And actually, the price of dog food, you must get this with cat food, is quite expensive. So in a couple of moments, we're going to be talking about how you could feed your dog on a budget. Stay tuned. Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking mostly cloudy with rain or showers affecting northern and western regions at times. Let's look at the details then.
Well, a wet morning for southwest England, especially Devon and Cornwall. Band of heavy rain and showers pushing northeastwards.
It'll be Drier further east, though generally rather cloudy. It'll be a mostly dry morning with some bright spells for southeast England, though there may be the odd shower around Reading and Oxford.
It's been an unsettled start to the day across Wales, so there will be a drier period around midday before further showers develop.
Mostly dry at first across the Midlands, though a band of showers will move in from the west around midday. These will be mostly light in nature, but there may be some heavier bursts.
A wet and cloudy morning for much of northeast England, although drier further south. Showers that may be heavy at times will continue to move in from the west during the morning.
And it'll be an unsettled start to Sunday across Scotland, with bands of heavy rain moving northeastwards through the morning. Windy, especially for exposed coasts in the north and west.
Now, after any early heavy rain has cleared, a drier second half of the morning across Northern Ireland with some bright or sunny spells. Feeling warmer than yesterday.
Further showers will affect many parts of England, Wales and Scotland this afternoon, some turning heavy and thundery. And that is how the weather is shaping up for you this Sunday.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
We're talking about, trying to be happy, weren't we? And doing this.
How to be happy first thing in the morning.
First thing in the morning and all that. And someone called Lawrence on Twitter says, in their bio on Twitter, it says, I try to be happy despite being sad. I look at the world and I try to be glad. Which is a nice thing, isn't it? And they've sent me a tweet saying, you boring overpaid twit.
Oh, well, that's not very nice. Oh, hang on a minute then. How about this?
I mean, come on.
I'm glad you're laughing.
Well, it's just like, you're a happy person, are you, Lawrence?
Jackie says, morning, Jackie. Thank you for a refreshing programme. I get up early now to watch. I've always liked Anne, and Stephen is such a lovely, sensitive man, and it's a joy to hear his northern accent.
Hey up, lass.
Yeah, I love listening to your banter and heartfelt, sometimes funny comments by both of you. Don't change anything you do. You make my day. That's lovely. Thank you. See, no.
Oh, it's made up for being a boring, overpaid twit.
Well,
Sometimes when people... But that's all that negativity on Twitter. Sometimes you just have to laugh at it.
I don't know why people go on Twitter to be negative.
Just to be rude.
They seem to enjoy that platform, which is, not a very good sign, is it, really?
No, a bit weird, but I mean, that one did tickle my fancy.
Don't be a glass half empty person, be a glass half full person, even if it feels a bit tough.
Yes, and if you get a bit fed up, then head down to your shed and have a moment to yourself.
Oh, yes. Yes, this is great, because a thrifty mum thrifty. She's won Shed of the Year, the first woman to get the gong with a £200 recycled hut.
Yes, Kelly Hayworth's creation, cobbled together. I don't know if that's fair.
It's probably lovingly put
together from discarded pallets, old doors and glass that she bought online.
And we're very pleased to say, I think we're meeting her now.
There
Hello
she is.
there.
Oh, and you're in the
you're
shed.
in the shed. Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Hi.
that doesn't look cobbled together. That looks beautifully
really
crafted.
nice. Oh, look at that.
you.
You've done a wonderful job. How did you make that shed?
Well, through freebies mainly. Facebook Marketplace, we collected lots of doors to make a greenhouse effect, and we cobbled them all together and created this potting shed.
Wow, it's lovely. So what have you got in there and what do you use it for, Kelly?
Okay, so it's a working shed. So we over here is this year's next year's perennials and biennials, so foxgloves and lupins. I also love growing my own medicine, so I use this place to dry out the flowers that I've grown and the herbal remedies and things like that.
I mean, I have to say, it looks really good, and you really put that together for under £200.
We did, yeah. So we found, because it's an allotment, it's rented land, so we didn't want to spend a lot of money. So I thought, how can I do that and create something nice without it costing the earth? So I thought about, well, I need to make a greenhouse kind of structure. And all these doors, they were very popular in the 80s. So when people are redoing their homes, they're quite happy to get rid of them. So instead of them ending up on a tip or a bonfire, I picked them up for free and made use of them.
How nice is it to have a spot that you can... I mean, I'm sure the family are all poking their noses in, but how nice is it to have a spot of your own?
Oh, it's lovely. But as soon as if I'm with the kids and my husband's been out and he comes up, I'm off for an hour. I'm going, sorry, I'm out of here. And then I come to my shed and I do some pottering, or I sit and read and watch the garden. It's lovely. I can't believe I won Juvenile Shed of the Year, to be honest.
Well, I can, because I think it looks fantastic. It was cheap to put together, but you must be very creative. I mean, clearly you are.
Yeah, I do love to be creative. It's something I'm really passionate about, and I like turning old into new and repurposing and renewing things that would have ordinarily ended up, on a tip somewhere. So, yeah, I get a lot of satisfaction from it. And I entered Shed of the Year after I documented the whole build on my Instagram, and people responded to it so positively. I thought, oh, maybe I wanted something. And pretty soon people started collecting their own doors. and now they're making their own little sheds out of the doors they've collected, and I entered it in Shed of the Year, and here we are.
Well, look, well done, Kelly, because it does look just absolutely perfect. If you ever want to start building them for other people...
You've got a business there.
You've got a business there. Yeah. It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Oh.
Would you like to see the loo?
Oh, yeah, go on.
You have a loo?
Wow.
Well done. Oh, that looks organic. It's a lovely loo.
Very
the kids
nice.
kept wild me and started to find a space for them to do it, nicely.
Yeah, perfect.
Brilliant.
Absolutely
Well done.
love it. Kelly, thank you so much. It's really good to talk to you.
That
love
is
that.
very impressive.
It's really impressive.
Yeah.
I love the colour she's done it.
Yes,
so.
I like the colours. I mean, and that's it, isn't it? You put together lots of... I mean, she used the word cobble together, lots of different things, but once you paint it a uniform colour or something, it really looks as though it belongs.
Oh, really
fantastic.
nice.
Well done.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Have you not got a shed?
No, I've not got a shed. No. And you look at those, you see those garden houses things that you can... And they're thousands and thousands.
They are very expensive.
They've got an area in my local garden centre that do all these different sheds and like summer houses and all this sort of... And even the little hexagonal ones. And you're like, this is £8,000 or something. Are you kidding? Love one, but I haven't got that sort of money.
No, but you don't need it. 200 quid.
No,
Kelly
200
build
quid.
One.
Yeah, lovely. Love it. Love it. Anyway, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to come. We've got all the sport and showbiz with Aidan and Stephanie, and, believe it or not, some healthy, cheap doggy treats.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GBNews.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"9:33 morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. And if you're listening on the radio, well, this might sound all right, but you might want to check it out on the app a little bit later on.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Because I was talking about this a bit earlier, as I was saying to our makeup lady who's got a bigger dog than me, how much dog food costs at the moment. And they're always asking for it as well. So I do hope you're sitting at home surrounded by your pets too, and lots of them will be dogs. And the reason we're talking about this is that the Battersea Cats and Dogs Home has published figures showing that owning a dog can set you back around £2,000 a year.
That's a lot of money. So as the cost of living crisis bites, how do you keep your pets happy and healthy? Well, let's talk to dog nutritionist Cam Wimble, who's joined along with Isla. Morning to you both.
Morning,
Isla,
guys.
morning to you.
Oh, lovely.
So what do we do? Food on a budget that's healthy for dogs.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking to buy a pre-made food and you want one of the better quality ones, inevitably it is going to cost more. I think if you're asking someone to make the food, that's obviously just going to be more expensive. So if you want to save some money, you've got to look into homemade diets.
OK, so we're looking into making your dog food at home. What are the basic ingredients you're going to need?
Meat is the primary ingredient
But
in all
what
dog
sort?
food. That really does depend on the dog. So it's very common for dogs to have food intolerances. So they basically do better. Yeah, they do better on some meats than others. But yeah, all the meats that you can think of are appropriate for dogs in general. They're obligate carnivores, right? So they're evolved to eat meat.
Right.
That means they can eat pretty much all meat.
I mean, you've brought a delightful plate of food in.
Yeah,
It's not my most aesthetically pleasing
Well, no, but if the
plate,
dog likes
but
it.
Isla's been
No, I mean,
eyeing
my
it
dog
up.
would wolf that down in a second because it would look good to her. What's in it?
What's in that one? So we've got beef mince, chicken liver, apple and carrot.
Can I hold it to camera? There.
Egg
Hold
and
it like
eggshell.
Eggshell?
Yeah, eggshell. Dogs have a calcium requirement, so it's just a great, simple and cheap way to get their calcium in their meal. Isla's
looking at it, aren't you?
She hasn't had her breakfast this morning, so she's...
Yeah, so I mean,
Very
in a
keen.
way, what you said, eggshell.
Mhm.
What about rice?
You really want to limit the carbohydrates. I know that there's some sweet potato in that meal. It makes up about 10% of the meal. Because dogs are obligate carnivores. They're evolved to eat meat. They have evolved 12,000 years ago to digest starches, much like ourselves. That doesn't mean they should eat a diet with loads of starches in it. It must make up a small proportion, around 10 to 15%. Otherwise, it puts stress on their digestive system. Canine obesity is a massive issue in the UK.
It is, isn't it?
And that's not because we're overfeeding our dogs a lot of the time. It's because we're getting the balance...
The balance wrong.
The balance wrong.
Because I was going to ask you about meat. Obviously, I mean, it would be stupid and it really wouldn't save you money if you went out and bought prime steak. And so could you go for very cheap cuts of meat that may be high in fat? Would that be good for them to have some fat?
Yes. I mean, fat is the preferred energy source. Isla. Fat is the preferred energy source for dogs.
Yeah. So maybe a cheap cut of meat.
This meal cost £2.50 to make, and there's a kilogram of food I made.
Kilogram?
Yeah, because I bought beef mince from the reduced section in the supermarket.
So cheap beef mince.
If you see reduced meat in the supermarket, buy it for your dog.
Right.
Chicken livers. Organ meat is highly nutritious, a really sustainable source of meat because it's not used as much, and also cheap. Included in that is grated carrot, apple, egg and eggshell, and a little bit of sweet potato.
Cooked?
Just the sweet potato. Only if you're including carbohydrates do you need to cook the food. Dogs can eat raw food.
Yeah.
So you're not using a lot of money on using energies for
you're not
that,
cooking
which is
it.
good.
Yeah.
What about if you're making a kilogram of food? Can you freeze it?
You've got to have some freezer space. If you're going to take on the responsibility of making your own dog's food, freezer space is something that you must have, because if you're going to buy batches, which is going to save you money, then you need somewhere to store it, unless your dog is enormous and is consuming a vast amount of food
So a
every
dog
day.
like Isla, I would guess, is a sort of average-sized dog for the UK.
Yeah.
So how long would a kilogram of that last?
It would last her probably 3 days.
Right. So £2.50 for 3 days. That's not bad, is
No,
it?
actually, that is cost efficient, isn't it?
It's really cost efficient. In fact, the majority of the better quality pre-made dog foods are costing around £8 per kilogram these days, maybe even more. And if your dog's on a prescription diet from the vets, that's £10 plus. And those generally are made from ingredients that aren't human grade. They're lower quality. So if you take on the responsibility of making your dog's meal, you get better quality ingredients. If you know how to make the meals, which they're really simple, it ends up just being the healthiest and cheapest option for your dog. People just aren't aware that they can do it, and
But it's quite easy
they're
to do by the
nervous
sound
about
of it.
taking that responsibility.
Yeah. Oh, it's a win-win. And Isla's clearly happy, wherever she's gone.
Yeah,
Are you happy, Isla?
Waiting patiently
She's
for
very
breakfast.
disciplined,
Yeah,
not
very good
wolfing
girl.
it down right in front of us.
Look, Cam, really good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
nice
you
to-
very
nice to
much
meet you
indeed.
both.
There you go. Really good tip there. £2.50 for 3 or 4 days' food.
Really is good.
Not bad, is it? Sticking with an animal theme, but of a less happy note, I'm afraid, a severe strain of bird flu spreading across the country, infecting higher numbers of birds than ever before.
An avian influenza prevention zone has already been declared across the southwest of England, as experts warn there's a very real risk of the virus being passed on to humans. Our southwest of England reporter, Jeff Moody, has sent us this report.
It began with a dead gannet. A fisherman on the Isles of Scilly called the Wildlife Trust, raising the alert. Within days, that dead bird had been joined by 40 more, and it became clear this was an outbreak.
And so that for us is when we said, OK, we need to work with the authorities now and step things up and really try to break the species barrier, which means that this infection can jump between bird species onto dogs or humans, and really try our hardest in the partnership out here to collect these carcasses and get them tested.
The tests have come back positive. Not just on the Isles of Scilly, it's believed 22 million birds could be infected, twice the usual number. The UK's Deputy Chief Veterinary Officer has declared an avian influenza prevention zone across Devon, Cornwall and parts of Somerset to try and mitigate the risk of further outbreaks. Bird owners in the southwest must now follow strict biosecurity measures to protect their flocks. including disinfecting all clothing that's come into contact with birds, restricting the movement of people who work with birds, thoroughly cleaning bird housing regularly, and keeping infected birds and their feed and water away from all other birds.
It's also about pet owners. We've got a lot of dog owners on the Isles of Scilly, and obviously when these are our beloved companion animals, people are very worried what that might look like. From my point of view, it's my team. It's sending them out to pick up these carcasses with the concern that they could, in theory, contract bird flu. We know that this has come out of East Asia. We know it's been around for a couple of years. We know that this is a very strong strain that can affect people. And so that to us is a concern.
The Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs is keen to point out the risk to the public is very low. If you cook chicken thoroughly, there should be no problem. But this strain, H5N1, is particularly aggressive, and the advice remains, if you see a dead bird, don't touch it, report it. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Oh, well, from that...
A worry we don't need at the moment, isn't it?
From that worry, let's cheer us all up a little bit because the family's back in. Aidan McGee, Stephanie Tetchy, good morning
again.
Good morning. Aidan, let's kick off with you, should we?
Yeah, well, I thought we'd do a bit of tennis first, actually, because it got kind of squeezed out in the last couple of hours, didn't we? But yeah, Cam Norrie making great progress in the US Open. Great to see. He's 27 years old. Stephanie asked me off set, is he the new Andy Murray?
Yeah.
I don't think so, because he's left it a bit late, but... Better late than never. Better late than never, because he gained great confidence by getting to the semi-final of Wimbledon just a couple of months ago.
Yes, exactly.
Losing to Novak Djokovic. Don't forget, at the start of 2021, he's ranked 74 in the world. I mean, that's actually not as low a ranking as you might think, because there are 300-odd players in the draw, however, or on the list. However, to get deep into Grand Slam tournaments now is really impressive for him. He's now into the second week. He beat Danish number 28 seed, Holger Rune, who was complaining about his ball toss. He was saying that he was wasting time over it, but it wasn't really the case. It looked like it was a bit of gamesmanship.
They always moan about things like that.
They do, yeah, exactly. But Rafa Nadal looking ominous as well. He beat Richard Gasquet in the fourth round. He's through to the fourth round, so into the second week. Djokovic not there, of course, because of his visa issues. Nadal certainly the favourite, I would think. But Cam Norrie will be, having got to the semi-final at Wimbledon, he'll be definitely part of the conversation.
Who will Cam be facing next? When will be his next match?
He's facing. It's going to be tomorrow, and it's going to be Andrei Rublev in the last 16. So he's a ninth seed. So it's going to be very tough for him.
Yeah.
But who back against him right now? He hasn't dropped a set.
How old
so
is
far.
he?
27.
Yeah,
so his parents are British. He's actually from... he was born in South Africa, grew up in New Zealand.
That's right.
We discussed him in the summer.
But, it's not only about talent, though, is it? It's also about a bit of luck.
Yeah, it is.
Somebody like Andy Murray, who's so incredibly talented, has been plagued by injuries.
Yes, he has.
And if Cam Norrie is lucky... he could get the chance simply because he's fit and healthy.
Yeah, exactly. And also, sometimes the penny drops with athletes. We've seen some... I mean, there aren't many examples of this because it doesn't happen often, but I've seen many sports people show promise at the beginning of their career and then they don't really hit their potential until maybe 5-6 years down the line, when they realise that the whole thing isn't going to last forever, and they suddenly think, you know what, if I don't start buckling down and taking my chances and working a bit harder, I'm not going to achieve what I want to do. That might have happened with Cameron Norrie. I'm not really sure. I don't know why he didn't really excel early in his 20s, because he will have been on the circuit for at least 10 years. But at the age of 27, as I say, better late than never.
Yeah, no, quite. Now, a bit of glitz and glamour.
Yes.
I am very surprised, Stephanie Tetchy, because you are one of the most glamorous people I know. You've not been at the Venice Film Festival.
Do you know what? I lost my passport recently.
Oh, no.
So when I went to France recently, I was running for the Eurostar and I must have dropped...
lost it?
I lost my passport. Everything happens for a reason, so it's kept me grounded. So there's a lot of trips I haven't been able to go on, but... Hey-ho. Well, if we want to know where all the celebrities are at the moment, they are at the Venice Film Festival. It's the 79th edition, and as you can expect, it's for film buffs, and also there's a lot of style that has been on the red carpet. We've had people like Cate Blanchett, who had about a 6.5 minute standing ovation for her. Yeah. She stars in a new movie called Tar. So she'll be playing the first female German composer. So apparently it's an excellent excellent film, and she's been looking great. There was one image of her wearing this nice velvet jumpsuit, incredible.
wow.
And also another person who's been really making the headlines is Timothy Chalamet, who's quite popular, and he wore a red halter-neck jumpsuit.
Looks terrible. Honestly, not flattering.
He looked terrible. Why, Anne? Why
It just looks awful. I don't. We haven't
It
got
was
a
quite
picture,
90, a
have
bit
we?
90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very metrosexual. Like, it was a satin red jumpsuit. I know a lot of men will be like,
We're trying to scramble to find one.
yeah, have you seen it?
Wait, well, you want one?
Oh, no,
yeah.
that's awful.
Try it next
I wish we had a picture of it.
Let me see if I can... I don't know.
How are you going to be able to get that?
I don't know. Let me see if I can...
Yeah.
It's gross.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
Aidan, I wouldn't want to see you wearing the jumpsuit
Can you
anytime
show
soon. I know
us?
you're
Well, here we go.
quite
I can show you this because I'm just showing you something that's searched online. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
It's backless.
Yeah. It's a backless jumpsuit.
Try and close in on it, and you'll be able to see just how.
Which camera? There you go.
But they're not a new thing, are they?
Honestly.
Halter-necks have been around for years.
Awful.
What, for men?
Not for men, maybe.
No.
Maybe not for men, no.
It's designed by Hader Ackerman. But I'm
Good
finding
for him.
a lot of people like him and Harry Styles, they're really wearing a lot of feminine wear at the moment.
But look, you go to the Venice Film Festival and as a star, and you've got to be noticed, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's what it's
Yeah.
about. So they do wear things that are pretty outrageous.
Sometimes I do wonder
just to be talked about.
Yeah, that's it, and it
I mean,
works.
we wouldn't be talking about him if he hadn't turned up in that dreadful garment. There you go.
But sometimes if...
Don't you get one of those, Aidan?
No, and don't you either, Steve?
I'm thinking
not
about it, you know. Anne doesn't like the idea, but...
No! You look lovely as you are,
Oh,
properly.
thank you.
know.
Thank you.
No,
It's all right, I won't then. Now Anne said that.
No, it's a very odd look for anybody.
Yeah. Sack the stylist.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us about Tom Kerridge. This is fascinating because we've been talking about cost of living crisis and businesses particularly who are facing the cost of their electricity going up by 450%. We had somebody calling it that.
You know,
and Tom Kerridge is saying much the same thing.
Yeah, you know, pubs already are facing a very difficult time since the pandemic, and I think a lot of them are only starting to get back on their feet now. But in an interview with Radio 5 Live, he says that because he owns quite a few pubs in Marlow and Buckinghamshire, and he's saying his bills for the electricity bill is set to skyrocket from £60,000 to £240,000, and he is just like, this is just ludicrous. What is the government doing to help our pubs? Because soon, guys, we might be going in for a drink, for a pint, and he was like, we could be paying something like £20.
Well, people won't
for a
go.
pub. Yeah.
People won't go. That's what will happen. But I can't believe...
double whammy then,
I can't believe this is only affecting the hospitality sector. I mean, everybody's experiencing this. I mean, which makes it even worse. And I do think the government needs to step in somehow. I'm not quite sure.
Of course, they don't have the trouble with hospitality and businesses is that they don't get any price cap.
No, they don't get any benefit at all, do
we
they?
had a message from someone, I can't... You know, you never find messages when you want to see it. But someone saying, what's happening with care homes and their energy bills, because I don't know if they're subject to price cap or not.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, that's a huge... Care homes are very expensive at the best of times.
I'm actually, like, dreading October 1st. It feels
me
like
too.
it feels like it's Doom Day, and it's like already you can see the weather's changing. I'm like, are we actually going to have a really cold winter this winter? Because we had a hot
Nobody
summer.
seems to be prepared to say yet. I suppose the long-term
It feels
forecast.
quite humid out there today, though, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I've not been
It's
out
chillier
since 6 o'clock this morning.
It's chillier in the mornings, I think, early in the morning.
Aidan, tell us about the Lionesses.
Yeah, they got through to the World Cup yesterday. They beat Austria 1-0. It was their first competitive game since, well, a month ago now, since they won the Euros at Wembley against Germany. So it was normally you'd go into this match on the back of a few friendlies. That they didn't have that. So to go into a pressurised game, having had no practice, is a decent achievement. They've done it with a game to spare as well, so they get another game before they go into the World Cup, obviously, later on. But, yeah, I mean, they're now favourites for the World Cup on account of winning the Euros. They are going to have a problem when they get into the bigger tournament, though, because you're going to get US there. They're the shark out there. They're the ones who perennially win this competition. Germany are very strong as well. You get the outliers in Europe. So, I mean, it's a good achievement. And the WSL, which is the Women's Super League, starts next Sunday. So we'll see if there's any kind of the beginnings of a legacy from what we saw a month ago. We spoke about it at length, didn't we, a few weeks ago. We'll see what the attendances are like at Chelsea, at Manchester United and Manchester City and all these clubs. But we'll be keeping an eye on it on GB News, and I'll be reporting on that next weekend.
It's the downside of doing really well and winning some sort of big
pressure
thing, is that then you've got to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, all of the media commentators and everything are pointing out your flaws and the fact that you haven't managed to keep it up. I think the pressure must be horrendous.
Yeah, it is, but then I think I'd rather go into... They can handle being favourites. They've won a tournament now, so the pressure's off in some ways because they've got through that barrier. And we've seen it before in other sports where teams, individuals do back up one win with another. I don't see any reason why the Lionesses can't do it on this occasion as well. The players are good, confidence is high, and we're on the crest of a wave in this country with it.
Do you think they've had a long enough break? Because it just feels like only yesterday they won and now they're back into it.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, a month isn't really long enough when you've had no friendlies.
Yeah.
But then that's just the result of the scheduling as a result of the last couple of years. It's been pushed back a little bit. Everyone's having to deal with it. Football clubs, for example, I mean, in my league where QPR play 46 games season before last, crammed into 7 months. I mean, it's not really fair on players. They'll say, yeah, they earn good money and all the rest of it, but from a physiological point of view, it's not something we should be doing in this day and age. But we just had to because of the situation.
And how about the Lions?
The Lions? The men's team?
Yeah, the three Lions.
Well, they're going to be in action mid-September. So, but we'll see. There's nothing pressing. I mean, there's the World Cup coming up. There's nothing pressing really before that. But we'll get an international break before then they'll start linking up with the squad in November. But, yeah, it causes havoc with the middle of the season. Again, it's about scheduling. This wasn't about COVID. This was about the fact that 10, 11 years ago, Qatar got this World Cup when they shouldn't have got it. And the money must have been so high that they even disrupted the middle of the season, which hasn't happened since the Second World War.
I know, I love the way, Stephanie, you get so enthusiastic about it.
Oh, I love sport.
It reminds me of last weekend we had Rhino on, Wolf and Rhino. Yeah. And at one point, Rhino did the whole... And all you're hearing is Stephanie in the background going, "Ooh, get him out!"
I'm so bad sometimes.
I tell you what, talking of a mix between sport and showbiz, are you reading Sue Barker's
I've heard bits
memoirs?
About Cliff Richard
Yes.
as well.
Sue Barker, of course, is now retired from... I don't know why she's chosen to retire, because I love her on telly. But she's retired from television work at the moment, and she's written her autobiography, and they're serialising it in the Mail at the moment. But yes, she actually sort of told all about her relationship with Cliff.
Everyone's been wondering about it for years.
And it was... Well, what is so interesting... Have you read it, Stephanie?
No, not
What
yet.
is so interesting is it's not what you expect at all. She is saying, I wish Cliff would just shut up about
apparently he's been banging
because
on it.
It was 40 years ago, and it wasn't really a relationship like you'd probably think of a relationship. In other words, she actually said there was no sex.
Yeah, I mean, she said that before.
I think so.
Yeah.
But she said, I have rung him, I have rung his agent, I have rung his friends.
No.
When you do interviews, can you please just not bring it? She's happily married, has been for years, and she just said it's horrible.
But
she's brought it up in the autobiography.
I know, she has now.
So she's like reviving it in the Daily Mail. But also,
it's not what I expected.
It's kind of a little bit of John, not quite the same, but John Major and Edwina Curry. Do you remember that one?
That was a shocker.
It was a little bit.
There have been some random pairings over the years, but Cliff Richard is like Mr. Nice Guy.
Yes.
You can never fault him. But
I just feel like saying to Sue Barker, the reason he says it every time he's interviewed is because he's asked about it.
I was just about to say that.
She said that it was recently on one of Piers Morgan's things.
Life Stories.
Life Stories, yeah. But, I mean, he asked the question, what about that relationship with Sue Barker?
It's because they just try to trip Cliff up, aren't they?
Always trying to
Sue Lawley. Sue Lawley is a blast in the past.
Sue Lawley?
Yeah, she interviewed him about it probably 35 years ago.
And if he was here now, we'd ask him.
Yeah, we would.
Probably.
Oh, I don't know. It wouldn't occur to me.
Oh, I would.
I'd ask if he was going to get Christmas number one.
Or his calendar. But the thing is, he's celibate, right? So is he celibate?
I don't think so.
We don't know.
No.
He's never said.
No.
He's never said.
Yeah, because he's never had a...
I think he has a friend.
Yeah.
Okay, who's got Richard's
lots of
friend?
friends.
There you go.
But this is it. Poor old Cliff. He's, as if it's anyone's business.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Have you met him, man? What's he like?
Yeah, many times. Oh, he's charming. He's lovely.
Yeah.
He's always, and he's interesting because he's been everywhere and done everything.
I've interviewed Cliff Richard.
He's been famous since he was about 15.
I have seen Cliff Richard in concert 3 times.
Wow. Do you know, I can't say
What's your favourite song, Our Father?
No, I tell you what, I think
Saviour's
the
Day.
favourite song
Saviour's
is
Day, that's
Wired for Sound, and the video, it's the one on roller skates. Ooh, it's so aged
Do you
now.
remember him in Summer Holiday?
But it's shot in Milton Keynes Shopping Centre.
Oh, was it?
That's where they did all the roller skating. Yeah.
You always manage to get Milton Keynes in somewhere, don't you?
It's because it's so concrete, isn't it?
No, it isn't. Get out. Because of that, Aidan, I'm stopping the programme right now.
Yes, just like that.
Stephanie,
Fair enough.
thank you for coming in, darling.
Oh, no worries.
no worries.
You were really lovely.
Wrapping it up.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm off.
That's it from us. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
And I'll be watching him at home.
But don't go anywhere because the political correction is up next.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK is looking mostly cloudy with rain or showers affecting northern and western regions at times. Let's look at the details then.
Well, a wet morning for southwest England, especially Devon and Cornwall. Band of heavy rain and showers pushing northeastwards.
It'll be drier further east, though generally rather cloudy. It'll be a mostly dry morning with some bright spells for southeast England, though there may be the odd shower around Reading and Oxford.
It's been an unsettled start to the day across Wales, so there will be a drier period around midday before further showers develop.
Mostly dry at first across the Midlands, though a band of showers will move in from the west around midday. These will be mostly light in nature, but there may be some heavier bursts.
A wet and cloudy morning for much of northeast England, although drier further south. Showers that may be heavy at times will continue to move in from the west during the morning.
And it'll be an unsettled start to Sunday across Scotland, with bands of heavy rain moving northeastwards through the morning. Windy, especially for exposed coasts in the north and west.
Now, after any early heavy rain has cleared, a drier second half of the morning across Northern Ireland with some bright or sunny spells. Feeling warmer than yesterday.
Further showers will affect many parts of England, Wales and Scotland this afternoon, some turning heavy and thundery. And that is how the weather is.
Start off your GB News Sunday with Stephen and Anne at breakfast from 6 a.m. At 10, join the political correction. From 12 till 6, it's Alistair, Darren and Nana. At 7, join Free Speech Nation for a laugh that won't be cancelled. At 9, it's Mark Dolan Tonight, followed by Headliners. That's Sunday on GB News.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning, you're watching and listening to GB News. Coming up this morning on the political correction, we'll be talking about the leadership race and what